you customize your coverage to fit your unique needs and budget. Trust AAA Auto Insurance to help you find the balance that works for you. See how a simple switch could make a big difference. AAA, we're always with you. Visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
In the fast-paced world of digital marketing, making connections is a challenge for any business. But what if we told you there is a place where connections aren't just made, they're grown? Meet 2060 Digital, your premier Google partner and top-tier digital agency. We don't just follow trends, we set them. At 2060 Digital, we're not just another agency. We're your strategic partner. We dive deep into your challenges and develop solutions that drive measurable outcomes. Ready to elevate your digital presence with campaigns that connect? Google 2060 Digital today.
Nagging injuries? Want same-day pain relief? Contact Healthcare Evolution for a free phone consultation, or for a limited time, 70% off your in-person consultation. Go to healthcare-evolution.com for real answers and same-day pain relief. That's healthcare-evolution.com.
Larry used to come over to watch the games. After his wife passed, he started drinking. A lot. Larry just stayed to himself. Angry. He started acting differently. I wasn't going to pretend I didn't see him unraveling. Larry had guns around, and I didn't want anything bad to happen, so I contacted the local authorities for help. It was a tough call. Together, we pressed pause. Our local authorities filed a firearm restraining order to temporarily remove the guns. Larry had time to get help, and later, he got his guns back. It wasn't easy, but we're a community. We keep our neighbors and ourselves from harm.
By temporarily removing a gun, a firearm restraining order gives a person in crisis time to heal. Learn more at illinois.gov/pause to heal. Brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Want to get hooked up with free stuff and get into some of the biggest sports events and concerts? Sure you do. Keep it locked on 101 ESPN for your chance to text in and win on the Air Comfort Service Heating and Cooling text line. WXOS HD1 East St. Louis 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
Doug, let's just get it over with. Just get it over with.
Okay, get through it.
Where's Tim? Or you mean the whole...
Where's Tim?
You mean the next 5 hours. You meant the whole show.
Yeah.
Doug just wants to get it over with.
Yeah.
I meant just ripping the Band-Aid off at the outset because Tim's not here.
Oh, well, I'm a little chilly. It's a little chilly.
It's
I've been
freezing.
this cold since last time I went ice fishing.
Did you ever cover ice fishing in Minnesota?
I did once.
God, they like to drive their trucks out on the lake. It just gets it's a little unnerving. It's horrible.
They build little cabins out there.
But Doug, they're just drinking.
The night.
They're not doing anything but drinking.
I guess.
I did a story in Rhinelander, and these guys, I said, it doesn't seem like you're really doing much, but drinking and eating, just standing around. They said, you're not going to report that, are you? I said, well, I don't know. I was kind of doing a whole piece on what is ice fishing, and everybody up there is like, we know what it is.
Yeah.
We drive our pickup truck out into the middle of the ice. We start a fire on the ice, Doug. Maybe some Jägermeister. Yeah, what else? And then you sit around, and eventually you'll catch a fish. Your tip-up will go up, and you didn't do anything. And they said, please don't report that. So that's it, Doug.
And then every spring, somebody waits a little too long to get the truck and the cabin off the ice, and it sinks to the bottom of the lake.
And you got a lifetime roofing lead because somebody's car went into the...
Well, they say if you
That's how it works.
Because the fish don't move very much when it's that cold. If you find a honey hole, you just pull one after the next right out of the water, and you get a bundle of them. But if you're in a bad spot, you don't catch anything.
But I would disagree that it's horrible, Doug, because it's kind of like a tailgate on ice. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, similar, I guess.
But Tim's not here today. Tim's out today and tomorrow. Oh, worst show ever, Doug. Get it over. Rip the Band-Aid off.
All right.
You're more worried about a 5-hour window that you've got to fill.
Oh, well, I forgot about the Strode program.
How is Ken? He lives with a bird.
Yeah.
He gets internet from his neighbors. And I actually heard a clip the other day. he also gets his laundry done in his neighbor. So Jackson, you lived in that same apartment.
I did.
Do you just walk into the neighbor's apartment?
I never did that. He discovered this. I never did that.
He said the last time he did it, he drove from the Hill to St. Peter's to get the laundry done with someone's house that he knew.
What was his niece, I believe?
Yes.
Cousin or something?
I used to drive to my parents to do it, but that's
a little more.
It's a shorter drive.
And you can make yourself at home and get something to eat.
Right, and I'm sure Iggy's doing the same.
Well, I'm sure he is. Our level of comfort at our niece's place versus his level of comfort.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, I thought you had better food by now. Like, you could probably hear him complaining, Doug.
Oh, sure.
Even though it's his niece's house. So Doug is locked and loaded. Jackson is for the next 5 hours.
Yeah.
TMA here till 11. Then it's after the morning after. Had an event. My sister is in charge of an organization called L'Arche STL St. Louis. It's a international group. They take care of people with mental disabilities. We had an event at the U-High. It's a breakfast event. They have great speakers. But Doug, about 5 people came up and said, "So are you onboarding right now?" I said, "No, this is not onboarding. This is Kilcoyne Cares in the community.
This show will haunt you for years too."
And then a couple more said, "They got you on assignment today." I said, "Well, look, they probably didn't know what I was doing. You guys just assumed I was out ice fishing."
Yeah.
Which you could do in these studios because it's freezing. But it's the Stiefel studios nonetheless.
I went 34 years covering sports at Channel 4. I can count on one hand the number of times people said, "Hey, I saw that story you did on such and such on the Cardinals or the Rams." But every day someone will come up and say, "Free dotem, knock it off, mister."
Free dotem.
Yeah.
And you probably still get, "I saw you last night." Like, no, you didn't.
No. So watch you every night. No, you haven't. In 5 years. 5 years.
What'd you lead with last night, Doug?
Cardinals.
Oh, okay.
Cardinals.
Lifetime roofing lead.
Yeah. And we'll get into some ball talk. Brad Thompson, I'm anxious to talk to Brad about, and I'm sure you guys touched on it yesterday, just the tension with the Brewers over the Ali Marmol gestures, and then that Daniel Vogelbach, who felt like he was playing about a year or two ago. He's now the hitting coach, and he said we were not relaying signs. End of story.
Yeah.
But the story for sure, the Dustin May outing, and
Abner Uribe
doing his. He said he apologized to everybody but the Cardinals.
Right.
But Doug, you played some ball on the hit that broke up the no-hitter, bottom of the 8th, the leadoff hit, Garrett Mitchell. Do you think Torres could have caught that? Nathan Church probably catches it just because he's so darn good out there.
Yeah, I think there are some left fielders that catch it, and there's probably just as many that don't. Had he been playing one step deeper with the pitch, he probably makes the catch. If he's 2 inches taller, he probably makes the catch. You can't say it was a bad play. It was certainly a very tough play.
It was a tough play.
But I do think there are probably some left fielders who make that catch.
Is there not? Now I'm crowdsourcing. Is there a probability chart? You know, they'll tell you probability on the catch. I didn't see that yesterday.
Let me see. It usually does that for home runs.
But I've seen catch. Well, like somebody makes a great catch, they'll say, "Oh, that had a 10%."
You know what, Martin? I'm going to get that information for you.
Seems like
it's going to take a second.
And then if you're the pitcher, Dustin May, you're in a tough spot because you can't just berate your outfielder. I guess Chris Carpenter could, but you can't. You're so disappointed in that moment.
For sure.
And I think he contained himself pretty well.
And he was pretty animated the entire start.
Every inning that he got out of clean, you could tell he knew what was going on. He was feeling it.
He was fired up.
It was an especially tough play for Torres because he's running as fast as he can just to get there.
Right.
And then you got to jump as high as you can, and it's hard to do both at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, none of us jackasses could have caught the ball. But
gosh.
Speak for yourself.
He did appear to maybe overrun it just a slight, but it didn't matter because after that, Doug, there was a bunt that nobody decided to field.
Yeah.
Then
and I think that was on May because the third baseman's got to hold the bag for a play there. The first baseman comes charging in, and he handles the right side. And May just kind of did nothing on the bunt. Yeah, I think it was his responsibility to cover the left side on that bunt. It
really was one of those games. And we've talked a lot on this show about post-game that's accessible. And here, and I know there's a new model with Cardinals TV, and they don't really do extensive post-game. I was dying. After that game, I would have watched for an hour. Mm-hmm. If they said, we're going to hear from Dustin May, his thoughts on everything that including the bunt, just the frustration, of not only losing the no-hitter, but then he actually loses the game, the losing pitcher after all that. But I would have liked to have heard from Torres as well. They do a quick thing with Ollie, and we will hear from the Cardinal manager. You know what we got, Doug? We got a show coming up here, the polosplus.com dossier tells you U.S. Senator Eric Schmitt at 7:30, and this is news that came out yesterday. Only Ross Dellinger is allowed to report on these matters, and he did, saying that the senators, Cruz and Cantwell, put together their deal, and then this is all about trying to contain what's going on in college sports, the chaos of NIL and the money that's flying around. And what I don't know, Doug, is if they have the power to enact all of this.
Yeah.
But they're talking about a one-time transfer for college athletes, a 5-year eligibility period, a hard cap. Now, I've seen a lot of pushback on that. Who are they to say how much you can or can't make? So we'll get Senator Schmitt's thoughts on that. Strick's going to be here 8 to 9, Doug. He's going to be hanging with us. Andy Strickland, friend of the show. We'll talk some ice rock. And then Brad Thompson, 9:30, back from that trip to Milwaukee. That was a disheartening couple of days. To me, Doug, the headline is still that you scored 2 runs in 3 games. You just can't score.
You don't worry about the fly ball that may or may not have been caught in left field or the bunt that wasn't played. If you just score some runs, give the guy a couple of runs to deal with, and maybe goes the whole way.
Yeah, you got a guy working on a no-hitter, but it's just the narrowest of margins. He's sitting there with a 1-zip lead.
It felt like a really important game to me for a lot of different reasons. It's the team you're chasing, swept you 3 in a row instead of 2.5 out. Now you're 4.5 out. The Brewers have kind of established it, at least for now, that it's still their division, and the Cardinals have a ways to go. And the Cardinals have now lost 7 of 9, and they've just really kind of stopped hitting completely. So it's important to get it going again this weekend.
I mean, I would
fall too far back.
And we've said it out loud before, but what is the secret sauce in Milwaukee? It must just be because they pick up guys like Harrison and in the past, Adames, and then they get Vaughn from the White Sox. It might just be that they have an incredible scouting staff at the pro level, because they'll take players from other teams that are not overly productive or names that wouldn't wow you at all. They get these guys, and they're actually pretty good when they get to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I mean,
Terang is another one who's suddenly, an all-star caliber player.
I mean, the Brewers have won the division 4 of the last 5 years, and they're in command once again. Disheartening, Doug. Although I did hear Ollie in the postgame, because Chip Carey said, hey, that's one of those really brutal, which was a reasonable thought. That's what we were all watching. And he said, no, not really, just a good game. He kind of tipped his cap, I believe. Here's the Cardinal manager following the no-hitter gone awry.
To be quite honest with you, it was a good game. Our guy pitched really, really well. We knew we were going to need more than one to take this, but overall, I liked the way we played. On the wrong side of it, but competition was good. I mean, the way the ball was coming out today was really, really good. Fastball was good. Sweeper was incredible. Cutter, all of it. So I enjoyed watching him get after it today. Something we're working on, and at the end of the day, the guys across the way did a better job than we did as far as execution. You learn from it. This is a group that is enjoying competing. You just got to keep going.
Truly disheartening, because you get A+ performance out of your starter, but it's 3 poorly fielded plays, whether they're hard plays or not, between Torres and the fly ball in the shadows, tough play. The bunt, kind of in no man's land, then Mason Wynn booting the ball. It's just, and you can't get it. And the only offense you got is from the guy you called up less than a week ago. It's really, that's a tough loss coming on the heels of 3 in a row.
It reminded me, not at all on par, but Game 6, 85 World Series, the Denkinger game, because there's the blown call, and then after that, everything else just went wrong. And you can kind of feel, I was screaming at the 2 Fox, let's have a mound, like a huddle. I felt like they needed like a quick, give me a 30, give me a 20.
Yeah.
I felt like they needed to kind of, okay, everybody come together.
Yeah. They needed like a rain delay or something.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
Because you could kind of feel things just kind of melting.
It started to unfold. I think May was probably not tilted fully after the fly ball got down. But the bunt, everything about the bunt was like weird. The way he jumped off at the first, it was weird. When you had 2 outs, you can get out of the inning.
It was a perfect bunt.
It was a great bunt.
You got to tip your cap.
Well, Day's on scholarship too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it looks really easy when a guy does it.
For sure.
But we've seen enough people flail at the bunts and not get it down.
And ultimately, the win error was much more impactful than that.
Yeah, and he makes that play 97 times out of 100.
Yeah, I mean, he's Gold Glove.
And he made a great play to end the fifth.
Incredible play.
Up the middle towards second base, and then a great scoop by Burleson to keep the no-hitter intact. And that's when you start thinking, oh, maybe this is going to happen, like big moments along the way. And win probably. I just think collectively you could feel like the whole disappointment. Oh, my God, he had it. Oh, we're right there.
Right. You go into the ninth, the chance, then you go down. Lose down one. That felt like one run, but it felt like a mountain when you're going up to bat there.
Yeah, and then they face McGill there, their closer, who's throwing 200 miles an hour.
Right.
Pozo looked completely overmatched on that last one.
You just can't. You can't have that level of execution like against a team like the Brewers. They are really solid. They're playing well. You got to kind of be a little more buttoned up.
It's because of that retractable roof. It's that damn retractable roof.
Yeah, those shadows look great.
That's one thing with Torres. I wanted to hear from him. Did that play a factor, too?
It had to.
Because he's right at the line where the sun's coming in, the shadows are there. That added to the
Brewers should be
difficulty.
fined for that.
They'd be fine.
It's a fine for that ridiculous stadium that they
I
have.
wonder if you can get used to it, if you can get used to hitting in those shadows where it does become a bit of an advantage.
I bet it does.
I know it's an advantage to always have your games start on time, never have a rain delay, never have a double header, never have to move your pitching back around when you're at home. I never play in 95 degrees, never play in really cold weather. I'm sure that helps.
Guys, let's be real. No one expected the Cardinals to compete this year. It's been a fun little ride, but the Brewers have been and are the class of the Central Division. Eric in the Central West End. It is the 54-game mark. What is Claves goes to?
Flag Day.
Flag Day.
2 weeks from now?
1/3 of the way, Doug. Exactly 1/3 of 54 games.
Yeah.
On pace to win 87.
Still
trending down.
Still tied for that last wild card spot.
Yeah. Showdown with the Cubs this weekend, Doug.
Yeah,
they lost 10 in a row, bounced back at a win in Pittsburgh, but they are still tied for that final wild card. I do think, and if Heimblum's sitting here on the lie detector and he's asking why it's so cold in here, that's the first question.
We need a retractable roof here.
Yeah, we could use some outside
Hey,
help.
Coach Kioski, can you cut a hole in the roof? It's muggy outside mostly, and it's about 40 in here. But if Heim's sitting there, I think he would say, listen, guys, nobody thought this was possible, right? And I would say, correct. But because you are 1/3 of the way in and you're still very much in the mix, what's your responsibility to this year's team? To look down and say, you know what, it's time to give Jimmy Crook some at-bats. Or at minimum, okay, Velasquez, let's give him a week up here. You know what, that Baez, if this year's all about developing and finding out who's going to be a future contributor, why not him? And I understand, the lockout. But you can't do that with every player.
No.
I understand you don't do something irresponsible like a Liam Doyle and say, hey, we just want the young stud. Let's do it now. But guys who are clearly knocking on the door and people up here that aren't hitting, why? I just think at some point here, it's that time of year now. We kept saying, let's get to mid to late May. Well, it's almost June. I think you owe it to the group that is playing well to make a few moves.
I think you absolutely do. I don't think you can say, well, we didn't expect to be any good this year, but now that we are, we're not really going to push it. That doesn't make any sense to me. If you got a shot, and it looks like they have a shot to be contenders, playoff contenders anyway, of course you got to go for it.
Right.
I don't mean.
Well, when you say
your
go for it, you mean don't just sit on your hands completely.
Right. I don't mean trade your young guys for veteran players at this point. That doesn't make sense. But I think you can do everything you can to try to stay near the top of the standings. I think that's what you're supposed to do.
And I think even deeper than, the idea of like the long-term development is that for the first time in a while, it feels like you've built equity with the fans, with the new regime and the younger team. You had the tarps off thing just a week and a half ago. Like, you've really built something where people are like kind of excited to go back to the ballpark, and really you've like done that a pretty organic job of doing so. So you want to like stay in good faith. Like, it's tough to like look at your fan base and be like, yeah, we're going to keep running out some of these guys who have done nothing offensively, just nothing offensively, when like the internet is available and people know what's going on in Memphis. Like, it's not a secret. You don't have to like go get a newspaper to go find out.
What if you can't get Wi-Fi?
Yeah, you got go to your neighbor's party.
5G.
Yeah.
Do you think if this is around that Kline would just turn off the internet so nobody could tell how good Baez was?
Like Baez and Crooks and Velasquez, like these numbers, Blaze Jordan, these numbers are available, and like people can see that, and then they see what goes on in the major league roster, and it's like at a certain point you want to, yes, long-term development, you don't want to sabotage that just for short-term gains, but you also want to keep that equity you've built with the fan base and not get rid of that even before June starts.
I agree with that completely. I think you're right on with that. Because the number of fans you put in the stands, that directly affects what you can do with the team.
Right.
You can't have another year where you've got these games where you're playing in front of 9,000 to 10,000 people. That hits the bottom line hard.
Mm-hmm.
And in the room, I think players look around and say, oh, gosh. And we know Edmonds would say it out loud. Look at the lineup and say, wow, he's still in the lineup, huh? Wow. I think players even know at some point, hey, they have the internet too, Papers. Yeah. They're on scholarship too. They've got the internet too. They know what Baez is doing. They know what Crooks is doing.
Right.
Hell, a lot of them just played with them a year or two ago and are probably wondering. I just think you're at a point now, not to do anything irresponsible or just on a whim, but maybe give somebody a shot because the other guys have shown after 54 games, there's a handful that don't need to be in that lineup every day.
Right. If they don't do it, the only explanation is that they really do think that there's going to be a lockout next year, and they don't want to expose some of these minor leaguers to the major leaguers and have that affect the way that they can play next year.
Well, it doesn't seem like the MLB player union and the league, it's how the players made their first labor proposal. I don't know if it seems like they want a soft payroll floor, and that's about it. I don't know if they're going to be meeting in the middle anytime soon.
Hey, it's the Mick Ultra YouTube chat. You know what's going on up there? They're talking, and Chairman Kurt is the patron saint of the YouTube chat. Much love. That's from Too Fat to Kayak. Proud of you guys for still showing up today. No, that's you, Chairman, saying that. That's Chairman telling them. It's always your own guys, Papers.
Yeah. No, they're a little down with no Tim. I empathize with that, so I'm happy they're still in.
Are you down, Chairman, because there's no Tim?
No, it was good to see you this morning, Martin. You're filling his shoes quite nicely today.
Oh, thanks, buddy. You're the best. Big Tuft texting in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Why does Martin hate the YouTube chat?
Well, we got
There's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, it's still early in the first inning here.
Big Blonde Dan did say, what was the temperature on opening day? This team's on pace to win 87. And I agree, they're way ahead. But when you get house money or things kind of fall your way, Riley O'Brien and Walker hits, you go, oh, you know what? We'll be honest, we didn't think they'd be this good. Right. And then you have an opportunity, especially with the fan base that's been kind of down and just, I would say, ambivalent almost towards your product. I think that makes sense. However, the brothers' time, there's Ed and there's Steven. Steven says, process over results. This team isn't ready to go deep into the playoffs. You have to remember it's an MLB roster full of young guys. If you just bench them for the next guy, you're sending a message to everyone else. Now, I would say Gorman and Pies are not in that. Like, they didn't just get here. So I don't know that that's dispiriting to the rest of the team.
And just because you're young doesn't mean you get forever to develop. If there's another young guy who's performing better, then he deserves a chance.
Right.
Just like the young guys that are in there now that aren't delivering.
Yeah, it creates a culture of a meritocracy, who's playing well.
Martin, do your feet hurt having to fill size 6 shoes? So wearing Tim's shoes could actually lead to my feet hurting. A lot of baseball talk. We'll have Brad Thompson. He's going to be at 9:30. Strick in the house. We'll take your 2- and 3-part questions for Andy Strickland. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you. Love the Mick Ultra YouTube chat. We've got the text inbox and the Callier and Thompson phone lines. When we're not busy just chopping it up here, we take your calls. And we got the polosplus.com dossier. We've covered all of that. We'll talk to U.S. Senator Eric Schmitt about what's happening in college football. I also wanted these Drinkwitz. I mean, he was like a joke machine down in Destin, which, by the way, this show, anybody who says on the calls in or text that they went to Destin, they just get crushed.
Yeah.
It's good enough for the SEC coaches, Doug.
It's a nice place. It really is.
I mean, they're hanging out in Destin. And Feinbaum and Drinkwitz together just doing a bunch of comedy because we always make fun of the extensions for Drinkwitz.
Mm-hmm. Did you get another one yesterday?
No, but Feinbaum made fun of him for it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I think maybe he's been listening to the show. Can't rule it out. All right, Team A brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
coming back from break. I'm going to put you on. Okay.
John Fogerty's birthday.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Sometimes you just play random songs.
It's true. But today it is John Fogerty's birthday.
Oh, he's at least 80. And Doug, they're from Northern California, but they like to sing about the bayou. Oh. They're always down on the bayou, but they're from Northern California.
How about 82?
Oh, that's a really good guess. I don't think he's 83. 81.
It is John Fogerty's 81st birthday.
Oh.
Yes. Wow.
Still performing?
You know, is maybe
Not
on
with
his
CCR,
own. Maybe?
Yeah, I don't think with CCR.
I saw a list yesterday of rock stars still performing, and there must have been 15 names of guys who were 75 and older. They're still touring, still doing it all.
Well, I think Casey promoted it, the band Triumph, and they had great videos in the 70s because there was always somebody wearing a blues jersey.
Oh, yeah?
But Triumph was a Canadian rock band, just some great songs. Lay It on the Line, Doug, you probably listened to that in your Camaro in Kirkwood.
They have, yeah.
They played at Hollywood Amphitheater like a week or two ago. Their first show in 35 years. You know, we've been kicking this idea.
35 years?
I believe that's what I read. They had just sort of shut it down, and then they said, you know what, let's get back. And then I read one review, and it said, so-and-so, one of the founding members, skipped the trip. And I was like, after 35 years.
Sorry, I got to miss this one.
They probably went to their 60-year high school reunion and said, think we can still do this? I don't know, let's try.
They kicked it around for a little while. Is the senator with us, Jackson?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, this is TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, and the news on a Wednesday, college sports related, that the Senate, the U.S. Senate, has put together groundbreaking legislation. There's a lot to sort of dissect, and let's get right to it. U.S. Senator Eric Schmitt on the line with us. Senator, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, guys. By the way, I heard a little bit before I came on, I love the SEC's down in Destin. You know, as a St. Louis guy, it was like a Schmitt family vacation in the early 90s. You just hop on 55 and go straight south as fast as you can get to the ocean. That's where the SEC is meeting now. It's awesome.
Well, we have like zip code snobs on this show. So, you could come on this show and say, I just bought a place in Huntley. Like, oh, loser. But it doesn't matter where you go. So if somebody says I was in Destin, they say hillbilly. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's good enough for the SEC coaches.
Well, it's not a 30A sticker on the back of the minivan, though.
The
so
humble brag.
Yeah.
Humble brag. All right, so what did take place? This was legislation that's been written up, or where does it, tell us what's in it and then where it goes next.
Yeah, so this is the first real bipartisan piece of legislation that kind of addresses the full gamut, some of the things that we've talked about on the show before, which is the two kind of relevant pieces to addressing the chaos in college sports. And as a zooming out, why is Congress involved? It's a great question. The answer is that it's the only entity on the planet that can grant antitrust exemption status to the NCAA or other governing body to set the rules. Because right now, they can't set any rules on eligibility. They can't set any rules on transfer. They just get sued. They lose in court. And so that's why you see this kind of chaotic atmosphere. So what it would do is to say you have antitrust exemption status to have a transfer portal. You can transfer one time for free. You got 5 years of eligibility based on when you get out of high school or you turn 19. Those kind of, agents have to be registered. You see a lot of abuse that's happening there, that kind of stuff. And then on the revenue side, which we've talked about too, is it provides an opportunity for potentially a unified rights deal like the NFL has or the NBA has, where they generate so much more revenue than college football is able to generate right now, when you really have by comparison, the NFC East would be negotiating with one network. The AFC West would be negotiating with another network. That doesn't clearly maximize the NFL's potential. So it will allow a pathway for college football to do that. And then that new revenue can be used to support the non-revenue sports, the Olympic sports, the women's sports. They're very much at risk right now. I think the canary in the coal mine on all that is Arkansas, an SEC school, just canceled men's and women's tennis, right? So I think you're going to see more and more of this. And if the business model always was college football can subsidize all those other sports, what happens when you start losing money on your college football program? That's where we're at right now. And so that's what the framework that's been set up. June will be an important month, guys, for hearings and whatever comes of it, because we're running out of time before you get to elections in November. And so if something's going to happen, it's going to happen in the next couple of months, I would say.
Do you anticipate the conferences, especially the SEC and the Big Ten, going along with this? So you expect them to fight you on it or to play along with it?
Well, so on the governance piece, Greg Sankey was in the office a couple of weeks ago, and Petiti was as well. I think there's broad agreement that on the governance side, there needs to be some rules established, and this is why they're talking about, establishing their own rules. It's part of the conversation at the SEC conference meetings in Destin right now. On the revenue side, previous versions of this would force all conferences to do it. I don't support that. So this is different. This says it's totally voluntary. So think of it this way. The SEC is going to blow the doors off the next time they negotiate a TV deal in the next 5 years. I mean, it'll be massive. And so they're looking to that. So why would you join a unified rights deal with other conferences? The Big Ten and the SEC are going to have to answer this question. And the way it'll happen is if they generate about 65% of all the viewership in college football, which they do, the SEC is about 39%. If they voluntarily enter into a unified rights deal, they're going to negotiate a deal before they come in to say, we're going to at least get what we would have gotten before. And so with the growing pie going from $4 billion to $10 billion, right, if they do as well as they would do normally and better, that still leaves a lot of money on the table to protect all the other non-revenue sports. So that's how it could work. But it's voluntary. The SEC, Big Ten don't have to do it, but it provides an opportunity for them to do it. Because right now, guys, all of that would be illegal. It would be colluding under the law. You can't collectively do that. That's collusion. So Congress is saying, no, you can do that just like the NFL does it, the NBA does it, Major League Baseball does it.
So I've seen some pushback saying, well, who are we to tell these kids what they can and can't earn? We don't tell the coaches what they can and can't earn. Is there any clause there? Any restrictions on the coaches who also kind of benefit from the Wild West?
Well, there's no salary cap. I think that's one of the things as this thing was unveiled yesterday, some of the information that gets out. There's no salary cap. What it does do is that House settlement, which everyone's sort of operating under sort of right now, which is $20.5 million a year you can spend, it does codify that with the opportunity for that number to grow, right? And so there really is no limit. Now, it does provide some protections on the collectives on the outside. Because the answer is, how does LSU have a $50 million football roster this year if you have a $20.5 million cap? Well, the answer is they use all the cap, and then they have all this outside money. You get paid $5 million a year to show up at an auto dealership once a year or something like that, right? Which Kiffin's doing right now down at LSU. So it does provide some additional structure there. I don't have a problem with players getting paid at all, but the reality is, if you're going to have structure to make sure that you don't, college football programs aren't bankrupting all the other sports, you do have to have some kind of structure here where you limit transfers. And you have an overall cap that can be enforced.
Why is this so important that Congress would get involved?
Doug, I heard this yesterday. So I was on my way down to Southeast Missouri yesterday in the car, and I was listening in the morning after I heard my good friend and patriot, great American Doug Vaughn, ask this very important question. Yeah. There's a lot going on, obviously, in Congress. But again, I think if you understand culturally, I try to tell people in Washington all the time, when I'm home and I'm talking to friends, they're not always asking about the banking bill, but they do care about college athletics. They do care about college football. They care about their teams and what that looks like over the next decade. And if Congress doesn't grant this antitrust exemption here to save college athletics, I just think in the next 2 years, if we're having this conversation, the landscape is going to be totally different, and it won't be for the better. So it's an opportunity for us to do the one thing that we can do, which is to give this liability protection for them to actually have rules and then get out of the way. But no one else can do that. So I think it's important for us to step up and again, preserve something that's a very uniquely American institution, which is college sports, specifically college football.
Well, and I heard Kirby Smart, he addressed it. I think we've all started asking this maybe over the past year. What about the other programs? And you're starting to see them close. St. Louis U got rid of their tennis program as well. And I think so it goes beyond, well, who gives a rip? These college football teams are bullies with all the money, but it is about the other sports. And those are all U.S. citizens, too, that hopefully their families, their kids want to play collegiate sports. And it would be kind of a sad landscape if you just looked and say, okay, Mizzou's got football and basketball. Alabama, now I guess you can't legally, right? There's a cap. It's at 12. You have to have, according to title.
Well, you would have, but Martin, you're right. And so, like, as somebody that played in all the lessons that college sports or athletics just teaches people, it would be a shame. I think it teaches a lot of things about showing up on time, commitment, winning, how you handle loss, teammates, all that kind of stuff. I mean, take that aside. You're right. You're just not going to have, Title IX still exists. So what you're probably going to have is you'll have a football team and maybe you have a women's gymnastics team, and that's it. And that is not what people expect. And by the way, with our Olympic sports, for us to be able to compete and win gold medals, all of those sports are non-revenue sports. Nobody's making money on most of those sports that we watch at the Olympics, and we take national pride in winning. And so, again, I think preserving the number of sports we have available right now that are non-revenue, Olympic, women's sports, if we don't do something, you're right. That's the situation. You have a football team and maybe another team. But by the way, that might not even happen, because if you can't compete on the football field and you're losing money with your college football program, you're just going to see a winnowing down of the programs that are out there and that are available that kind of help weave the fabric of what our Saturdays are like and what the rest of the sports landscape looks like.
What's the NCAA's role in all of this? Clearly, they've lost the juice or the power that they used to have. If this legislation moved forward and the member schools all said, okay, fine, would the NCAA then just be put in charge of enforcing it?
Yeah, they would finally have now, look, the NCAA's had problems. There's no doubt about that. But right now, they're not able to enforce any of the rules. So, yeah, the NCAA would be able to enforce the rules. So if somebody, what you're seeing right now is people trying to get 6-7 years of eligibility or go to the G League and come back. The NCAA, no one can tell these people no. Like, they just can't, because they'll get sued in court and they don't have the ability to say no. And so this would say, look, for these limited purposes, on transfer, on eligibility, on those sorts of things, the NCAA can say, you've already transferred once, you're not able to transfer again, or you've already had your 5 years of eligibility, you can't have a sixth year, that kind of thing. And again, that provides the structure, I think, necessary to get back to where it should be. Having said that, guys, I think the pendulum was swung in the other direction for too long. Like the idea that you could never leave, even if your coach left and you're stacked behind 3 other 5-stars at Alabama and you have an opportunity to play at, Kentucky or whatever. I don't think that was a good system either. So again, this tries to provide some balance. It protects players. There's a lot of things codified in here about health and safety and, them being able to have medical coverage, all that kind of stuff that I think is really important for players too and student athletes.
All right. And what's next? So what's the likelihood that this moves forward? What do you think?
Well, because it's got, it's sort of the Commerce Committee is the jurisdiction. You've got some of the key players on the Commerce Committee as the original co-sponsors here, me included. So I would expect next week we'll have hearings, and we could vote it out of committee by the end of next week or the early part of the following week. And so it'll move pretty quickly out of committee. And then the question is, do you have the bipartisan support you need? And because the game has always been in the Senate, guys, where you need to have 60 votes. And if we have 60 or 80 votes or something, that would provide real momentum to send it over the House and hopefully get something done before the August recess. I think that's probably the time frame that makes the most sense if this is going to happen. But we still have work to do. We still got to talk to people about it and address any concerns that are out there. So it might change even a little bit along the way. But you're not going to get there unless you get started, and that's what yesterday was about.
You think you can get 60 votes on anything at this point? As divided as the Senate is?
Some of the stuff really breaks down red jersey, blue jersey, and it's hard. But this one, I think you can, because it doesn't really break down by partisan lines. It affects different regions differently. It affects different programs differently. People in their home states, whether you're a red state or a blue state, they care about these things. And so I think this is one of those things, hopefully, where we could come together and see past some of the differences that often divide us.
You heard any movement at all about St. Louis U possibly looking into the Big East?
Yeah, we continue to have conversations. I talked to the Villanova president about it. That they have a meaningful role in the Big East and what that looks like. They're looking for a new conference commissioner. Val Ackerman announced her retirement about a month ago, and so they're doing that at the same time. But I'm pretty confident that they're taking a serious look at how do they expand their footprint and be competitive in a basketball-centric conference. And that, truth be told, is the natural place for St. Louis University. You know, the Marquettes of the world, the Georgetowns of the world, that is St. Louis University. It's the number 4 endowment of Catholic institutions in the country. They have a serious commitment on NIL now. They're in the top third of Big East in facilities. And so, again, I just going to keep making the case. I think they belong in the Big East. And you know, Chaffetz would be just a great place to be hosting these. A lot of fun teams coming in, bigger brands. And the payout for SLU, as we've talked about before, the difference between the A-10 payout is about $400,000 a year. The Big East is a little over $7 million a year. So it'd be a big thing for St. Louis University. I'm committed to it, and I'm hopeful, but we're going to have to make sure that we keep pounding the pavement and talking to the right people.
Eric Schmitt checking in with us here on TMA, Collier and Thompson phone line. Senator Schmitt, thanks for the latest. I'm sure all of us college sports fans will be watching closely.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right,
Thank you.
Eric Schmitt hopping on the line. I'm just getting caught up in the text line, and I see from KG in Oaktown, Eric Schmitt's on hold. That's how we're able to communicate. I was a little late to notice that in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And speaking of college football, Coach Drinkwitz, I wanted to get into this because he was like a joke machine, Doug. And they're talking about the playoff. Well, let's start with, is this Feinbaum made fun of the extension, Doug? I'm telling you, this was our thing, and now it's gone national.
Okay.
Some gossip.
Okay, good.
What's the real vibe in that room?
Oh, you know what? It's a pretty jovial room, honestly.
Really?
Yeah. One of my first meetings was the Jimbo Fisher versus Nick Saban
right.
Cold War III. There's no Cold War in that room. I mean, it's all pretty jovial. I think there's
well, you know
some
why?
pretty good laughs.
Because, I mean, all you guys are like making $10 million a year.
So.
I mean, what is there to worry about? If you get fired, you walk away with $50 million. I mean, every time, I hate to go off on you, but every time I look up, Eli Drinkwitz getting another extension. I mean, it's like, I mean, you beat Kansas. He just been extended for 10 more years.
That's a hell of a win.
That was a big win.
I was at that one. Everybody still talks to Lane. Actually, I think the biggest news of the day, Lane actually made this joke, was Jeff Levy and Pete Golding were actually laughing, talking to each other, and you know they're not supposed to do that. And Lane said to him, "Hey, don't let anybody see y'all get on the elevator together. That's not going to be good for the rivalry." So, you know, he's doing some mentorship too.
Lane?
Yeah. He actually sent out a group text asking if anybody wanted to do yoga tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Not very many takers on that. But so see, like he's moving into his mentoring years.
What about? I mean, you and him.
I'm gonna go for a walk. I'm not a yoga guy.
Not a yoga guy.
No, I'm not. I can't do that.
Is there a band playing?
See,
it sounds like the James Bond theme.
Kiffin used to show up there
in the
and
background.
be like 10 minutes of awkward. I'm trying to make you the new Kiffin.
Nope, not happening. I can feel the void. Don't worry about it.
You would be good on TV.
You think so?
I mean, I'm not encouraging that, but I mean, whenever.
Well, if we don't start beating top 25 teams, they're going to put my ass on TV. So.
Daggum. Bull crap. He was having some fun there. Was there a band playing in the background?
It sounded like the Pink Panther music.
Yes.
Well, that's why.
And that doesn't seem odd to anyone else. I guess they were poolside.
Yeah.
And that was in the
Looks
background.
like in front of the beach.
I appreciate, now it's not funny that they don't beat top 25 teams, but I'm glad that he's well aware that is a narrative.
Right.
He kind of glossed over the extension thing. I mean, had a little fun with it.
He made some jokes about it.
Yeah, but you can see how he can turn on the personality and the charm and recruit players and why people like him.
But Feinbaum's at the level where he can poke all of them and say that, but it's so true. Like, what do these guys have to be mad about? Daggum, we're not expanding the playoff. You make $10 million a year. If they fire you in a year, you get $50 million. It's the best gig in the world. Get fired. Oh, we had a crappy year. You're getting fired. Well, we got to move. Sorry, Nancy, we're moving again. Oh, we got $50 million. Okay.
Hey, Martin, if you move and you don't know about your HVAC system, you might go to Design Air Heating and Cooling. And Tim will tell you about it.
Is Tim here?
Yeah, he'll tell you about it right now.
It'd be nice to hear something about that.
Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. That is Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on The Morning After, going back a decade. Design Air Heating and Cooling. And right now, they have something for TMA listeners, and that's maintenance agreements. They are effective and convenient ways to keep your system running all year long, year after year after year. They take the pressure off you as a homeowner. Design Air contacts you to schedule your air conditioning tune-up and your furnace safety inspection and cleaning. You sign up, and you can forget about it. Like all their services, maintenance visits can be scheduled at designairservice.com. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com.
For the 636, where's Tim? There's your answer. He's with us in spirit, Tim.
Right.
Do I say on assignment? That's what
He's
you
on
guys told
assignment.
me yesterday.
He's on assignment.
I was out.
Probably the third hole by now.
Who's your Trojan horse? That was Blues Brothers Music Papers, not Pink Panther. Watch a good movie once, movie child.
Are you sure? It really felt like Pink Panther.
Yeah, Pink Panther's the dun.
Yeah, you're right.
But
I thought that was like later in this.
You had me. You were in the wheelhouse.
Yeah. Doug said Bond. No one's going after him.
Which just sounded kind of like that private eye spy type of sound.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't have gone after you.
I think we're all in the right frame of mind.
I think everyone's a little hot right now because Tim's out.
Is that what it is?
Well, why was that
tensions
music?
are high.
Why was that music playing?
I don't know. They put that was courtesy of the SEC network, and they put.
So they could have added that. You think it was a music bed?
Of course. Do you think there was a band out there?
Yeah, because they were sitting like poolside.
No,
maybe they were in a hotel lobby or something.
No. Yes.
I really thought it was like a hotel lobby.
It was like Paul Feinbaum tries to get the dirt on the inside of the SEC coaches meeting. Yeah, it was like being cute.
Do listen to him, go after.
The Cantina band from Star Wars wasn't back there playing the music for him.
I saw in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, somebody said it's called Peter Gunn. Then a texter just said, guys, that's Peter Gunn.
Oh, yeah.
I guess that's the name of the song.
Okay.
We'll play some Peter Gunn. We'll play some John Fogerty. We'll answer the question, where's Tim? Flip Wilson said, Eli's such a goober, but he's our goober.
Yeah,
I think there's some sentiment like that out there.
Yeah. He's a little bit of a goober, and I think he would tell you that.
He's a nice guy. I've never really heard him snap or be mean-spirited towards anybody.
Guys, I think it was considered spy music. That's why they did it.
Right.
Spy theme music. So you're right. That's what they were being kitschy.
Yeah, that's a great way of describing it. They're being kitschy.
Is big-time college football coach the best coaching job in sports right now? Where you can be an utter failure and walk away with a $30 or $40 million payout?
In that sense, yes, but I always say this when it comes to college athletics is you just simply have no off season. There is never a time where you can like fully exhale and be like, all right, let's take a second, take a breath, and see what we can do next year. Because you can always be recruiting new players. You can be recruiting new players on different college teams, high schools, your own team. You constantly have to be working right now to like keep your team, get new guys. Whereas in the NFL, at least after the season ends, you have like a week or two before you have to start doing draft prep or free agency talk. I just feel like college athletic coaches, basketball and football, are constantly working.
But wouldn't you rather be the basketball coach because you have 12, 13 kids instead of 100?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you have more assistants,
relationships, and having like recruiting and retention.
You can delegate more, I guess, in football.
Yes. I'm sure his staff's got 20 assistants that are running around.
A lot of help with the recruiting.
For sure. For sure. You're doing, but I just feel like you always have to be on top of that. It's not like you can be like, all right, I'm going to turn my phone off for 4 days and, enjoy time with my family. You could miss out on 2, groundbreaking recruits or 2 guys who want to leave, Western Kentucky who are going to be really good.
Don't read any more text saying, where's Tim? It's never been cute or funny. That's from Jesse Spanos Dealer.
What if that's the bulk of the text we're receiving?
But
it's often hard to ignore.
What if that complaint was really in support of us, Yeah,
you don't need to acknowledge. You guys you're good enough.
Right, championship mindset.
Believe in you.
Right.
Don't worry about who's not there.
I believe in us.
Big Tuft. Hey, Martin, real talk. When's the show going to get Drink on? Is it true that he's never been on? Thanks. I'm new here. Has he never been on with you guys?
Not since I've been on the program.
No, I don't believe he has.
I think I reached out. It was right after we had a bunch of coaches in a row.
Yeah, when we had probably Gates and Underwood. Obviously, Schertz is a co-host, so it's a little different.
Oh, by the way, your co-host. By the way, now the text line inundated with, where's Tim?
Where is he?
It is Team A brought to you by Brown and Croup and Andy Strickland with us into not just hockey. He's got a wide range of. He always says he has a staff that's working on information.
Yeah.
Could be real estate, Doug. Could be blues. Could be, I don't know. Yeah. Could be Chuck Tuna updates.
Did he ever work with Rich Gould, Andy Strickland? For some reason, that's in my mind that they work together.
Like on a show, maybe?
I thought
like
maybe.
Grade 13. Well, the buffet was a show, but you had to be a bigger gentleman. And Strick's not a bigger gentleman.
Who was on the buffet?
You acting like you don't know? Are you serious?
I don't know.
Do you remember that, Doug? You guys might have been.
I was like
13,
8 years old.
Who was on? Heavyset gentleman?
Yes, it was. I think it was Jay Jr., Dave Green, Rich Gould. I mean, I could have been for all of them, but I wasn't.
Yeah, I don't want to start firing guesses here.
Those guys
people are like, hey, why am I taking shrapnel? That was 20 years ago. I'm in great shape, ass. But it was the theme was it was called the buffet.
Those guys could wreck a smorgasbord, that's for sure.
I think there was at least one more on that Mount Rushmore of the buffet. All right, Team 8 brought to you by
There's
Brown.
nothing like seeing the media eat.
Oh, brother.
Jay was on the. I guarantee Jay was part of the buffet.
Yeah,
I do remember that. We're in the 7 o'clock hour. That's brought to you by Healthcare Revolution, Evolution, also known as.
Right.
I like to call it a revolution.
We're not revolting. We're evolving.
Thanks for clarifying.
I got my hair looking right.
You do. It does look good.
Yeah. Have you seen the before and after pics?
No.
I'm going to show you in the commercial.
Are you
break.
serious?
Oh, it's
It looks like you're almost working on a pompadour haircut.
Yeah. That's exactly right. A little coif over here.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna sing some doo-wop?
I could see that. Yeah, Jersey Boys. I could be in Jersey Boys.
I think so.
We got the Polos Plus dossier, the lifetime roofing lead. A lot of Cardinal talk out of the gate. Dustin May losing that no-hitter in the 8th. Brutal loss. Cards get swept in Milwaukee. Only scored 2 runs in the 3 games. They're 2-7 over their last 9. Coming home this weekend with the Cubs are in town. I think the Friday game moved all of a sudden. It's now
moved.
They moved the time.
Oh, okay.
Like they didn't move it to Nashville. The game is still at Busch Stadium. But I think it's because there's a singer in the post game.
Jordan Davis?
Clarkson?
No. I wish it was
You
Jordan
would go see him perform?
Yes, one of the best sixth man in the 21st
I think you're right about
century.
Jordan Davis, but all of a sudden the time changed. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess it's because of the concert post-game. Saturday's game on the 2 Fox, pregame at 5:30, of course. Thanks, guys. And then Sunday's game on NBC. Bob Costas joins us tomorrow because he's in town for the NBC game. He'll be in town. And then he's doing the Mizzou event on Monday, former Mizzou announcer. And didn't we have a discussion about restaurants in Kingdom City?
I believe so. The truck stop right there.
Right. And I mentioned
gas bars.
So I mentioned him and I couldn't remember the name. He said, Gasper's Truck Stop, a must on the late night drive after a Mizzou Hoops contest.
Nice.
So we have confirmation on that. It's Team 8, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mid-America, St. Louis Airport. They're located in Mascoutah, Illinois, and from that destination, you can go so many cool places all over Florida. Now, those SEC coaches, I get it. They got private jets. But if you want to go to Destin, don't want to drive 12 hours, want to get there in about an hour and 15, you can do that direct from Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Or Orlando, Fort Myers, trying to put together a last-minute trip this summer, get the kids to the beach, or go to Las Vegas. You can do that, again, direct from Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Allegiant brings you these great prices on flights. Get online, check it out at flymidamerica.com. And then when you experience what it's like to travel over there, it's so convenient because you're going right from that parking lot inside to the gate in all about 20 minutes. It's unheard of these days when we're talking about travel. My wife and I did that direct to Lauderdale to go down for spring training. Quite the experience. Really simplifies the whole process. flymidamerica.com. That's the website. Find out about more flights to Hilton Head. They go to Knoxville during the fall. They started going to Gulf Shores. So instead of loading the kids and driving that miserable drive, 12, 13 hours, whatever it is, go direct from Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Book the flight at flymidamerica.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update. It's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals lose, getting swept in Milwaukee by the Brewers. Off today, back in action tomorrow with a home series against the Chicago Cubs. 6:15 p.m. first pitch with Kyle Leahy towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Let me guess, 81 years old today?
Good work, Doug.
You can't get anything past me.
Here's a little sneak preview of the Strode program today, as it'll just be you, me, and Iggy on the microphones.
Fabulous.
You're looking forward to it. It hangs over your head.
I can't wait. I wish we could do it, go 3-4 hours with that show.
Hangs over your head like what?
It's like the sword of Damocles.
You're listening to the morning after. Presented to you by Brian Crouppen. We're live from the Stiefel Studios. Martin, I don't know where he went.
Onboarding in the middle of the show, apparently.
Yeah, no, I think he's probably grabbing our guest for the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour.
Oh, well, that could be.
Andy Strickland. But, in the meantime, I was talking about my hair. That's thanks to our friends over at Healthcare Evolution. They sponsor the 7 o'clock hour. And, people are saying, where's Tim? Well, I got him right here, Doug.
Have you really?
Yeah, and he's talking about Healthcare Evolution.
Okay, let's hear from him.
My friends at Healthcare Evolution, the 7 o'clock hour sponsor, the ones that helped me with my shoulder when I had a slap tear, are ready to help you. They give those of us with nagging pain and injuries real answers and same-day pain relief. No emergency room, no wait-and-see approach. Healthcare Evolution will give you options prior to having surgery you don't want to have. Right now, Healthcare Evolution is offering you a free consultation over the phone. This free consultation will allow you to tell them what's going on with your pain, see if what they offer is a good fit, and discuss the costs that may be associated with your treatment. If you prefer in person, Healthcare Evolution will give you a huge discount. This offer is just $200. The original cost is $700. In person, Healthcare Evolution can review any previous imaging you have, do a hands-on assessment, and follow it up with diagnostic ultrasound imaging. Visit healthcare-evolution.com for the answer to most of your medical issues. Free phone consultation or significantly reduced in-person consultation. And don't forget, the month of May, 10% off all knee issues. Healthcare-evolution.com.
All right, Mark, we're back.
All right, I want some clarification. Doug, back me up on this. So what Jackson does during the break, there's a coffee machine.
Yeah.
He puts his little mug in there, goes to the bathroom, and then comes back and gets his mug after the coffee's completed.
Usually. But I have to also check to make sure that we're not coming back.
But you were my litmus test guy, so if he's still coming back for coffee, I must have time.
I'm a bad marker.
And then all of a sudden I realize you're not coming back.
No, sometimes I have to leave the coffee and get it later. Speaking of which, is that my coffee?
Well, yeah, so
thank you.
So I was standing, so then I had a moment of panic where I said, he's not coming back. This coffee's just sitting. I use that as what we must still
fair.
be in.
Very fair.
Okay.
And we're not, listen, we got to hear from our friends over at Healthcare Evolution.
Love that.
While you were gone. And you got to grab our
and then while I was sitting there, then Strick texted and he said, I'm in the lobby. Yeah. So I'm like, now I'm going to be doubly late.
Yeah, our guest for the Fisher Window Door Store 8 o'clock hour, Andy Strickland.
Strick is here.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Did you bring a coat?
Why? No. Why is it so cold in here?
That's the first question.
Jeez.
It is. Wait a minute. Your whole life is at the rink. You should be used to this.
This is like the Bill Mayer show in California. I went to it one time live in studio.
You did. Real time Bill Mayer?
And it was like 25 degrees. They warned us before we went in there. It was the middle of the summer. And they said, hey, bring a coat. We didn't bring a coat, so we left a little bit early, man. It's freezing in there. It's freezing in here.
That was a Letterman thing, too.
Yeah.
Keep it cold?
They said it was always freezing. That keeps you on your toes, but no falling asleep over there.
Where's
no nodding
McKernan?
off. He is out today. He's on assignment.
All right.
Probably the fourth hole right about
now.
Doug looks freezing, by the way.
Well, yeah, I am cold.
It's a little chilly. Strick, good to have you here, buddy.
Hey, it's great to be here.
So in the hallway, I said, do you remember the sports buffet at 1380? I said, he goes, why? Were you on it? I said, hey, easy.
The sports buffet. There's some great names here in St. Louis sports history. They had the woman for a little while as well.
Oh, yeah. Iggy was general manager of that place.
Yeah. Was he?
Or
He was
lead
the
producer.
executive producer.
Is that true?
Of 1380 The
I
Woman.
think he was.
Yeah.
For a week?
For
They had a talk show host. She looked just like Cheryl Miller. I thought it was Cheryl Miller every morning. but it wasn't her. If you know Cheryl Miller, if you can think of picture her, that's what the host looked like.
And she was on. So were men ever allowed to be a guest? Could you call in as a man or
I'll tell you who was a guest on there quite often. I think Tuna was.
On the woman.
I think he'd find his way on the woman. I think H may have talked some
NFL.
Women's football on there.
Well, I mean, he used flag football down at Forest Park. You worked with H. Didn't you have a show? Was it H and
I had
Friends?
a couple of shows with H. With a couple of shows with H. Man,
He can talk. He can talk forever.
he could talk.
Yeah.
He would get aggravated. Frank would just hit him with some, okay, H, no hedging. Do you think Eli Manning's the starter this year? And then what do you mean starter? I mean, he could back up.
Well, how do you define starter? He could start a series. Doesn't mean he's the starter of the game. You know, he would
get so worked up.
Monday morning shows with H, though, were gold. When the Rams would lose, especially. I mean, the callers that would call in were just unbelievable. The Rams would give up like 300 yards rushing on like 17 carries, but he would make an excuse for it always at all times. He didn't like it because I would go after Laurinaitis occasionally. You know, and James Laurinaitis, he was a hell of a linebacker. Of course, broke the all-time tackles record in Rams history, and he did it 20 yards downfield.
Oh, that's your thing.
I said, this is amazing that he broke the record 20 yards downfield.
I think he was the go-to interview during the leanest of Rams years.
You guys would talk to the same guys every day.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was the only guys who would talk to
Jackson, James Laurinaitis, I mean, they would be waiting at their stalls waiting for you.
Yeah.
Well, Tyoka, I think, was practicing for a career in media. He liked doing it, and he was here at a better time. They were good.
And very nice guys, both of them. I actually went to a party at James Laurinaitis' his house one time.
I wish he would have thrown you into the locker and said, hey, pal, is this tackle 20 yards downfield?
He's a hockey guy, too. Loves hockey, wrestling. Just a great guy. You know, he didn't have a whole lot of help in front of him, you know.
No.
The guys with their hands
That's
in the
why he
dirt.
was making the tackle 20 yards, because he was on his own.
Well, he may have missed.
Didn't you have Ryan Fitzpatrick as a regular guest? When he
Ryan
was
Fitzpatrick, man, we made him who he is today.
You made him.
Oh, did you?
We had Tuesdays with Fitz. Every Tuesday, Ryan Fitzpatrick, man, he was the third quarterback. Just some unbelievable story. We talk about some of these like stories. It was like a culture shock, I think, for him to be in an NFL dressing room.
Oh, I mean,
coming from Harvard.
Yeah.
Dad being a rocket scientist, like a legit rocket scientist, growing up in Phoenix. Not a whole lot of adversity or diversity, I should say, in his life, I think, prior to getting to the NFL. But he experienced that very quickly, and he would just tell us some incredible stories. I'm like, dude, you got to say that on the air, which he really didn't always do. I was supposed to race him one day, and we never actually got to it. Yeah.
You're going to race an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Have you seen the video where he brought his son up to a press conference, who must have been 10 or 11 years old at the time, his son, and Ryan says, hey, my son's a math whiz. Ask him a question. And some reporter says, what's 480 times 1,092? And the kid looks up and says, oh, that's 128,917.
It runs in the family.
It was right, of course.
He's got
whatever the
million
numbers
kids.
were.
Yeah.
I don't know who has more between he and Warner, but it's close.
Phillip Rivers would also be in that conversation.
Phillip Rivers leads the pack.
Yeah.
Nobody's
He's
competing
11
with
or
Phillip.
so.
Oh, Iggs over there. Strict phone's going
He's got
off.
a scoop.
That's yeah.
Well, you have
is
to
it
leave.
Chief? Is it Ruby?
It's playoff time of year.
Oh yeah, Daddy's time of year.
That's exactly. That's around the free agency though too.
I thought the playoffs was Daddy's time of year.
Yeah, this time of year for sure, man.
Canadians had nothing last night. You surprised at that?
In general, or just the hockey team?
Well, last night. I mean, they had nothing.
You mean not the people of Canada?
People of Canada.
You
They
meant
got
the
nothing either right now.
Montreal
Yeah, well, they had 15
I used to love
shots.
Canada. I still do, actually.
You still love Canada.
You know, but the more you go there, the less you love it. You know, it's like why all the Canadians they grow up there and then they come here and they never leave.
Sure. Yeah.
Nobody's more patriotic than Tim Peel right now. If you listen to him on Twitter, but you know, listen, Montreal
That was
Canadians.
a quick snipe.
They are. It's embarrassing, honestly. And they've been like this throughout the course of the playoffs. I know it's a great story because they've got a lot of younger players and little guys who just get around the ice and it's cute and fancy. But shoot the puck. The crowd is chanting shoot the puck. I think they had, they didn't get their first shot on goal in the third period till like 17 and a half minutes in. Mm-hmm. They may have had 3. They got a couple in garbage time down the stretch. I don't even want to count those. But the previous game, they had 1 shot on goal in the third period. You go back to game 7 against Tampa Bay. Doug, I know you were watching that game late. Game, and everyone loves a game 7. The 2 biggest words and 2 best words in hockey are what, Doug?
the two best words in hockey?
Yeah.
Shoot.
No. Game 7, right?
Oh, Game 7,
Game
yes.
7. So
I thought you yelled shoot twice.
Bang up job, Vaughn.
Tampa Bay, they had 9 shots on goal total in the game, and they won the game. That was embarrassing. I love Marty St. Louis. I love their management and some of the players they have there, but they're just boring to watch right now.
Yeah. But do you think they were yelling shoot in French, and maybe some of the players aren't French?
Say it twice.
I think they do it. They do everything in English and French there. If you notice the starting lineups, the national anthem, everything's done. The PA announcer says it in English, then French. It's like being on an airplane, when you're flying to Canada, how they say both languages. But they do both, man. But it's an amazing place to play and to win. I can't imagine what it's like to be there. Jakob Dobes is my guy going back to when he was 16 years old.
Did you know him when he was here?
I'll never forget when he came to St. Louis and when Lubos Barteko, former
what was he doing? He had
Blues player.
He was coaching here locally?
Was living here. Yeah, his wife is from here. So he was living here and he was coaching and we were coaching together. And he said, I've got this kid from the Czech Republic who's good enough to be on national team. I go, what? He's coming to St. Louis? Why is he coming to St. Louis? He goes, he's got nowhere to play. So I'll tell the story now, but so our buddy Mike Caruso, who works with the Blues, obviously. So
what do we call him? Generous vice president?
Generous executive.
Generous executive.
I was
Mike.
hoping to get his kid Jack on the team.
Who played goalie in Denver, maybe?
He played goalie at Denver and ended up playing for Carshield. But I was hoping to get Jack on the team. So I had Lubos come down to a Blues practice. We're sitting there. We're talking with Mike and everything. Everything seems good to go until we got Jakob Dobes, who came from the Czech Republic, and that kind of bounced everybody else away.
Oh,
and so there was no spot for young Jack Caruso, but everything worked out for him.
So you could tell even at a young age that Dubas
Oh, my God.
Good.
So we had never seen him play.
Did he play at DeSmet, or did he just go to DeSmet?
He went to Chaminade.
No, he went to DeSmet
first, and then went to DeSmet, and he played there. One of the greatest.
So he played for the AAA Blues and DeSmet.
Yeah, you didn't watch. You didn't watch the Mid-States final.
I didn't know if you could.
I mean, we did that game. Me, Scotty Warman, and Jamie Rivers. One of the greatest performances I've ever seen. Really,
from you.
From him,
from the hockey player.
Him. He was unbelievable in that game. I wish somebody had the video.
What year would that have been? Like the last 7-8 years? Relatively recent.
Yeah, and
if only we could look things up.
DeSmet had no business being in the game, but they only were because of Jakob Dobes. He was absolutely incredible in that game, and they ended up losing in overtime. I think Joe Lordo's son. Scored the game winner in overtime for SLU, so we'll give a little SLU flashback. And but that was a hell of a game. And then Dobes actually attended Blues prospect camp. The year the Blues won the Stanley Cup, they had the prospect camp down at the Enterprise Center. I think Joel Hofer may have been there, possibly. But
you think Caruso cut him just to get even?
But Dobes stood out. Like, he was unbelievable then, and then ended up getting drafted. But real quick, when he came over, nobody had seen him play.
Sure,
so
we're not in a hurry, by the way.
Yeah. So Bruce, I just want to tell the story real quick. Bruce Racine was the goalie guru, former Blues goalie, played with Grant Fuhr. Which
his wife was the principal of my kid's school a couple years ago. How about that?
Which means he didn't play at all.
Full circle.
When you're playing with Grant Fuhr. Grant Fuhr played like 79 games that year. So he didn't hardly play. And but Bruce was working, still is, as kind of the local AAA Blues goalie coach. And so he was going to come watch him play for his first skate, just to see him on the ice and, evaluate the goalie. I think 10, 15 minutes in, he said, this kid's legit. And we knew right away we were going to take him. Lubos Barteko, by the way, or not Lubos, but Jakob Dobes scored a goal playing midget hockey, which I've never seen a goalie score a goal playing youth hockey in my life. But he went over the top, unbelievable shot, scored a goal playing for the AAA Blues. So I couldn't be happier for him. He is by far their best player, and the only reason why they're still playing
hung him
right
out
now.
to dry last night.
Still made 39 saves, I agree.
Have you had a lot of caffeine, pal?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
But I'm drinking it black now. I'm not putting anything in it. I think.
Well, the recovering alcoholic, the great Chris Prondoff, says, eat some meat, you wussy. So he's concerned about your intake.
Steaks like crazy. I've become a barbecue grill master, as a matter of fact.
Is that right?
I'll show you a little picture here.
We don't need to see your hamburgers.
No. Oh, I've been posting pictures of my
being accused of YOLO on the text line.
And I just became a Costco member for the first. I had never been to a Costco in my life until last week.
Oh, it's a whole experience, isn't it?
Whole new experience. I had never been to a concert.
You got to watch out because you go in there and say, "Oh, we're going to get a loaf of bread," and then you buy like a water heater, and you're like, "Oh my god!"
I bought the most. I want to start doing Costco reviews and just like randomly review. It's an incredible place.
Oh yeah. When you think retail is dead, if you go to Costco on a Saturday, you'll know it's not dead by a long shot.
I think every kid that's getting their driver's license should first have to manage a cart on a Saturday afternoon at Costco.
So
How to merge.
I'm an executive member. I thought that was like I thought it was a really big deal. I put my card out like on the mantle at the house. I'm like, nobody touch it. You know, it's like this is an amazing thing to be an executive member. But my father-in-law kept saying to me, "You got to go get your gas there. You're going to save a lot of money if you go get your gas there." So I go and get gas there, a little bit out of the way, but I go there as an executive member. I want to get my 2% back. Yeah. So I go get gas. There's a line. I hadn't waited. I'd rather pay more than wait in line to get gas. I got to be honest.
Sam's is the same way.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've been to
gas
a Sam's.
Gas is definitely cheaper.
I hear that.
It's cheaper, but you got to wait.
But they get you because they don't give you the options that they do at a regular gas station, where it's like 3 or 4 different options. At Sam's Club, it's either the cheapest or the most expensive. So if you go right in the middle, which is what I normally do, I'm always like an 89 guy.
Really? You don't go for the cheap gas?
No. I should, though. Now I might have to at Costco, so I went for the most expensive. So basically, it was the same price, but still saved me some money.
Strickland, try the hot dogs at Costco. That's from Ray King. Again, these guys are all trying to get you to eat unhealthy. Strick's very healthy.
Come on, bring it. I want more recommendations.
Let's see. A lot of them were worried about your caffeine intake. Then they wondered, Lordo's, now Costco. What's next? More Yola. Payola. Do you want to mention any sponsors while you're here, Strick? You're known for that.
I have a few.
I know. Is Hockey Sense year-round?
Hockey Sense is year-round. So is the Cam and Strick podcast.
I knew that. Yeah. So if people wanted to find Hockey Sense, it usually dropped on Fridays, I remember.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
And it's been like that for a long time. The longest-running hockey show in St. Louis is Hockey Sense. Brought to you by First Community.
There it was. Doggone it.
We had Darren Drager on last week. He kind of dropped a bomb. Did you see that?
No. Is he related to Chaser?
No, but
didn't Chaser have a brother-in-law that was a sports?
He passed away, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Darren Letition.
That's what I was thinking of, Darren.
Legendary, iconic broadcaster up in Canada.
So what did Darren Drager say?
He said he thinks the Blues are really trying hard to move up in the draft. Right now they have 3 picks in their first round, as you know, Doug. Starting with number 11, then 15, then obviously having Colorado's pick. So he's they're going to have to, if they really want to move up and get into the top 5, they would probably have to attach a significant piece.
Is there a player they really want? Or just anybody?
I'm sure there's a couple of guys in the top 5 they would love to get their hands on. Yeah, for sure.
What do you think of that report? Do you think some legitimacy there?
100%. But they're not the only team trying to move up and climb up into the draft that's maybe just outside the top 10 or just outside the top 5 who are trying to move up. And I think the fact that San Jose is willing to listen, I think adds a little more fuel to the fire, and we'll see what happens. I don't know. If I'm San Jose, I would just calm down and just chill out a little bit. Take my 2nd overall pick. They have all these other picks. Just keep building. But I think their mindset a little bit as an organization changes with how good Celebrini is and so quick, So now they want to try to find a way to win.
And doesn't this franchise kind of need that? Right? Like they've had some really good players they've developed and drafted. But
San Jose?
No, I'm saying the Blues. Isn't it kind of time, right? Wouldn't it be a perfect time you got a new GM coming in and things have flattened off a little bit, 7 years since you won the Cup. Isn't it, if you could be bold and go move up, whatever the costs are, to kind of try and get a superstar type, don't you think that's what they need right now?
Remember when I said the Blues would win the Cup in 7 years? I said it 7 years before they won the Cup.
I think you did.
I did. 7 years.
You said it one night on Sports Final. I said, what do you think about the Blues? He goes, here, I'm going to say something really bold. They will win the Cup. I said, wow. He said, in the next 7 years.
A very arbitrary number at that.
7 years later, they won the Cup.
Well, when's the next time they're going to win one?
Well, maybe think, because you said it's been 7 years. They'll win the Cup within the next 5 years.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, none of us will remember this. But okay, yes.
Pretty
Write it
sure
down.
dictionary.
I'll remember.
Dictionary.
I'll remember. Yeah, they've got 5 years. They're in the 5-year window
Show
right
up in
now.
MySpace by then, but put it in for dictionary.
You think that draft lottery was rigged to get Toronto the first pick?
I don't know. There's something. Everyone says no, and there'd be lawsuits, and people would be in jail, and there's no way that they would sacrifice the integrity of the
I
league.
don't know that throw someone in jail.
Yeah, no,
for
I think. I think it probably was.
I think it was.
I mean, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, San Jose's trying to get a new building. They just somehow. I mean, listen, the two teams that didn't have very good odds to climb all the way up to the number 1 and 2 spot win it. Toronto's so much controversy. You know, they went from being the laughingstock of the league following that press conference that they had to introduce Matt Sundin and John Chaika as their new head of hockey operations. Terrible press conference, among the worst that we've ever seen. And less than 24 hours later, they win the lottery, or 24 hours later, they win the lottery. And now everyone in Canada is like, we're going to give him a chance. We're going to give him a chance. So, you know, you could draft the first overall pick, Doug, without even scouting anybody. You just would probably get it right.
It probably is in the best interest of the league to have Toronto be a decent team.
So I don't have a huge. It is what it is. It makes for great theater. I would say it's probably not rigged. I want to trust the NHL as much as I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But, you know, the Blues don't ever seem to have that type of luck.
Yeah, I wonder why.
You know?
Small market.
Columbus doesn't seem. Although Columbus, they've picked in the top 3 before. Chicago's gotten the first overall pick after they had some internal controversy, but they already won 3 cups right before that. So it's just interesting which teams find their way to the top of the draft.
So Well Endowed says San Jose knows there's not a generational player in the draft. That's why they're willing to cash in. Do you agree with that premise?
Possibly, but I bet you there is a generational player in the draft. You know, people think Gavin McKenna is. Whether he is or isn't, remains to be seen. Same with Stenberg. Sometimes you watch Ivar Stenberg, he underwhelms. Sometimes you watch him and you're like, wow, this kid is just really, really good and belongs to be in that conversation. But there's always going to be a player we're not talking about enough who's going to end up being great and become a Hall of Famer.
Guys, Strix hustles year-round. How lovely is Sarnia this time of year?
Sarnia is great.
Have you been to Sarnia? You probably have.
In fact, when Mike Danton was arrested, which, by the way, I'm going to be on a documentary. There's a documentary coming out. Shaquille O'Neal's the executive producer.
Of a Mike Danton documentary?
Mike Danton documentary. It's going to come out, I believe, in January. We did a 4-hour interview. I thought I was going to pass out at one point. I was like, I need to take a break. And it was.
Is it a producer peppering you?
Yes, from HBO.
And this guy had 4 hours worth of Mike Danton questions?
4 hours.
And in all truth, you were communicating with David Frost. Right? Well, no.
Can you say it a little differently?
What else you do with him?
Well, no. I mean, he was communicating with you. So you would have.
And the parents and Mike.
But you had some pretty good intel at the time of what was going on. I'm being serious.
Yeah, appreciate it. Because you tried to call me on TV.
Oh, God, here we go.
I was.
Jackson,
here we go. I was a very young reporter.
Yeah. Oh, God.
And I'll never forget. KMOX got so mad at him. Tom Langmeyer.
Strick called me a narcissist. Not on the air.
No.
Would have been better. Would have gone viral.
He's like, do you think you're only getting scoops because you're young and they're taking advantage of you?
I was wondering if there was a play would ask this question and maybe it came off clunky.
Yeah.
But I wondered if Frost was trying to kind of manipulate a younger reporter.
Andy,
that's what I thought.
Martin likes to engage in what experts call yellow journalism. He likes to sensationalize the story.
Is that what it is? I didn't have a problem. We've become great friends since then. So
yellow journalism.
It's all good. But you know, David Frostman, he used to leave me voicemails and be like, "I'm gonna crush you like a pretzel."
Yeah, he was a because we had at some point he did a phone interview and his voice, his delivery, it was all just a little creepy. So, all right, for younger listeners, is there a short version? Mike Danton was a blues player.
Short version.
I mean, in Jackson, you're too young probably to remember. But
I know what.
But there was like a female dancer in North County.
She wasn't a dancer.
Well, not her, but wasn't there a story?
He went to a strip club. Ronald Jones was the bouncer that he showed a picture of David Frost and said, "Hey, can you take this guy out?" He offered him $10,000, and the incredible line from Ronald Jones, who's no longer with us, I don't believe, according to the producers of HBO.
And he was the bouncer.
Ronald Jones is
I don't
no
remember
longer with us. He was the bouncer, and he said, they said, well, what was your response when they said, hey, I'll give you $10,000 to take this guy out? He said, man, I looked at him and I said, $10,000? That won't even pay for my lawyer. And the courtroom started laughing, and I think even the judge started laughing. It was just an amazing line, which is so true. So he didn't follow through with it. Katie Wolfmeyer did. Actually went to her post-game party when she was found not guilty. She had a bash at the house, and all the family, they were celebrating. I went there for that. I remember sitting down and talking with her and her parents throughout the course of the trial. Man, it was... I said at the time I'll never cover anything else like it, and I certainly haven't. But Mike Danton, for people who don't know, younger audience, was a blues player, 2004, arrested for allegedly trying to hire someone to kill his agent, which he says he didn't do. He pled and ended up serving 5 to 7 years, something like that.
Why would he want his agent dead?
Well, because his agent
I think their relationship
had a relationship with
bumpy.
a number of players.
Yeah.
That
wasn't he a former coach too?
He was a coach.
Did he ever?
He lived with them when they were teenagers. They lived in a hotel. And
was Frost ever charged?
Huh?
Was David Frost ever charged with anything?
He wasn't.
Do you know? So he never
may
did
have
joke.
been charged. Or would it make sense if he was charged and then found not guilty? I don't think he ever got officially charged, but there was something that was brought against him because he was using Mike's credit card and he was at his house, so the informant, along with Katie Wolfmeyer, went to the house and he came outside. He's like, Mike's not here. And he was at the house and then they arrested him. It was all set up by the FBI at that stage. But yeah, we can watch the documentary. You're going to hear all about it in case you're not familiar with it. Yeah.
Fascinated to watch that. Yeah. David Frost, by the way, his Wikipedia page says a former junior ice hockey coach, NHL Players Association sports agent, best known as the alleged target of a murder-for-hire plot by one of his clients. There you go. That's not your average Wikipedia.
But the most important thing I get from this is if you want someone whacked, you go to the strip club and ask the bouncer to do it, but it costs more than $10,000.
No. So instead, they went to. He met Katie. Katie was working at the St. Louis Mills at the ice rink where the Blues practiced, and then they ended up going out, her and her friend, and then. Whatever, I guess a couple her other friends. I don't know. They went drinking in a field one night, and I guess that's when Mike brought it up to Katie and to this other guy. Well, the other guy happened to be a dispatcher at a police station. I think he went to the police department and said, hey, this guy's wanting me to do this. So they did this whole setup, and the rest is history.
Here's a number for the documentary, folks. From the 618, my best friend's brother, was Mike Danton's cellmate. There's a lot more to the story. How about that?
Wow.
Need to
tell him to call me.
Call Strick when you get a chance.
Call that producer who does the 4-hour interview.
Producer.
No, don't call her. Call me first.
Daddy Padre wants to know if this is the slop that we're listening to. Minus Tuna.
Good question.
All we need is now, you know what? Tuna's going to call me you had Andy on. You didn't have me on. He's going to be mad.
Charlie.
He's going to be burning mad at me. All right. It's TMA. We try to stay focused. We really try. It's hard. I blame the guest. All right, it's the Morning After, brought to you by Brown & Croup. And 8 o'clock hour is the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN.
At Michael's Bath, they create elevated bathroom spaces that blend luxury, comfort, and smart design, all tailored to the way you live. From sleep tub to shower conversions to full high-end bathroom remodels, including paint and electrical, Michael's handles every detail. And now at Michael's Baths, they're offering a new premium wall option designed to bring a custom spa-like look to your home. With 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and VA recommended, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. This isn't a temporary fix or a quick cover-up. It's a complete transformation built to last and built to add value to your home. At michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800 and ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional.
Peter Gunn?
Mm-hmm.
This is what you play if you're an SEC host and you have Eli Drinkwitz on.
Right.
And you're digging deep for information.
Mm-hmm.
That's my understanding. It's also John Fogerty's birthday.
81.
81. TMA the morning after, 101 ESPN. Andy Strickland in studio with us. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you. Tim out today and out tomorrow. We'll take some hockey questions. We'll take life questions. Strick has a staff.
Drinkwitz is on my staff, as a matter of fact.
He's on your staff.
Just
always good to out the staff.
Well, I used to. He originally how I met him when he was coming to my house to fix my computer for several weeks.
Oh, a Geek Squad joke.
And then I met him at a Blues game, and we talked NIL. We talked about the portal. We just really got in depth with football talk.
Okay.
And we did the interview, and I'm like, this guy is a great guy. You know, Frank used to always tell me, he wears Jordans. He's really cool and everything. And I was like, I don't know, it's kind of debatable. But then you meet him in person, and great guy, and I can see why he's had success, and he's been on my staff for a couple of years.
Wow.
Now, the basketball coach, he's interviewed a couple of times. I haven't put him on the staff yet. We'll wait and see how that goes this year.
Okay. So Gates is on the bubble of the strict staff. What's up with Chief? Do you think, does he get the Edmonton job?
I think it's a situation where it'd be a great fit for him because he's from out that way. He's from Calahoo, as you know, Alberta. You familiar with that, Doug?
No, but he's a First Nation guy.
First Nation. Right? So Calahoo is a First Nation territory.
So Calahoo's somewhere
close to Edmonton.
Yeah, as far as we know. So everything up there is like 8 hours
away. The grocery store, everything is just 8 hours away. But I would think that he is a high person of interest. But I know that they want to see how this shakes out with Bruce Cassidy, and hopefully they can get their hands on him if Vegas allows them to talk to him.
You think he would still want to coach? I mean, I'm sure he's made millions.
He told me that he's in no hurry to get back into it.
Yeah,
that's a different ball game, though. If you have an opportunity to go truly maybe win and coach a generational talent, two of them, that's an opportunity that maybe you jump at,
I would think having a bad experience in Toronto would probably wear you out as a coach. With all the pressure.
I've heard that got just layers of management. There's too much bureaucracy that the whole organization is kind of messed up.
There's a lot going on there, and now they move on from Mitch Marner, and now he's become a huge story, with the way that he's playing right now. I just think the team wasn't very good. I watched Toronto play earlier in the year, and I remember saying they don't have a very good roster. You lose Marner, then they had injuries. Austin Matthews obviously didn't play much after the Olympics. They lost their best defenseman on the back end, too, in Tanev. They just didn't have a whole lot going on. The game they played here in St. Louis was maybe the worst team I saw play live all season long. Really? They had no effort. And I remember telling Chief after the game, I said, that doesn't look like a coaching problem to me. You got a player problem or something. and he was like, he knows it. And because I had heard that when the executives from MLSE sat down and talked to him last season, they fired their general manager, Toronto did, and they had a conversation with Chief, and they said, hey, what do you need? And he said, I need players, because they weren't very good. So good luck to the next coach.
And what was the Nylander story? Is that he was just tough on him? Is that what came out?
That was such a joke. I mean, this guy who covered him and covers hockey in the Toronto area was saying, there's a generational gap, insinuating that Chief, his age and the age of the players, is too big of a gap. They need a younger coach. But then I just basically laid out more than half the coaches in the league and the best coaches in the league, and they're all around the same age as Chief. So, it's more of I thought that was a maturity issue with William Nylander about how he handled that particular situation that was reported, which they were working on the power play, and Chief was like, hey, shoot the puck. I guess he had opportunities to shoot, and he wasn't shooting. So then instead of just looking to get good shots off, every time he got the puck in the drill, he would just shoot the puck no matter where he is, whether it was a good shot or not. And so then Chief yelled back at Nylander again, and they're like, this is a generational gap. No, this is a player being a you-know-what.
Yeah. I take the coach that won the cup. I take his side.
So would I.
But then again, we're loyal to Chief. What about Tortorella? I mean, is this the perfect use of a guy who wears everybody out? You bring him in late.
Yeah.
There was a story the other day that said that this is now the hockey version of a closer in baseball. You bring him in late in the game and say, we need you to finish the deal.
So true. Chief was a closer here in St. Louis in 2019. You know, I mean.
But it had a little longer runway, but came in relief. Clearly in relief. More middle relief.
How many games did Chief coach in 2019 in the regular season? Was it less than half the season?
Oh.
Or was it more than half?
I'd say it was more than half because it was in December. So I would say it was probably
already on the bench.
I'm going to say 50 games.
Okay. I'm just asking. I'm trying to remember.
But Tortorella was what, like 6 or 7?
Craig Berube took over on November 19th, 2018.
So he coached about 55
Wow,
or so.
okay. So he had
45
season.
45?
45.
Okay.
How do you feel if you're Bruce Cassidy, though, with Vegas, and you get fired?
He feels terrible.
With a couple of weeks left in the season, and then the team might go on and win the Cup.
He feels terrible. Nobody's wishing and hoping Vegas loses more than Bruce Cassidy.
I'm sure. Why did they fire him?
Well, he'll wear you out, too. Like, he's not a long-term coach either.
Yeah.
I remember hearing that from Boston Bruins players. I'm like, they don't like this guy. And when David Krejci decided he was going to return back to Europe to play, I remember saying this is because of his relationship with the coach. Patrice Bergeron was going to retire, and I remember saying this is because of the coach. And then once they fired the coach, both those guys ended up playing again, and they brought in Monty. But he's just a guy. Listen, if you think Chief, this is where I think he's a little misunderstood. I think this perception because he's this big, strong, tough, tough guy who played a long time in the NHL and among the all-time leaders in fighting majors and all that. But he really is a player's coach. Remember the criticism when he was here before he got fired was that he wasn't holding his star players to the level of accountability that the organization wanted or needed from him, right? They wanted him to be tougher on guys and bench guys and sit guys. And he didn't necessarily do that. So I think he gives some rope to your star players, to your best players. And whereas Cassidy, he doesn't care, man. He goes after them, and he goes after you hard. They could still be in the Stanley Cup final if he was the coach, but they were trending in the wrong direction. It proved to be a great call by Kelly McKernan and the Vegas Golden Knights. I mean, it's amazing, amazing call when you look at it now and where they're at and how good that team is. That team is unbelievable. They give you no room. They've got stars everywhere. They've got a goaltender now that's playing unbelievable, who had a prior history with John Tortorella in Philadelphia. So everything's coming together at the right time. It's not always about how good of a season you had, but it's where's your confidence when the playoffs begin? And when the playoffs began, they were as confident as any team in the league. It took them a little while to really get going. They weren't always great against Anaheim, but for them to sweep Colorado is an incredible story.
Tortorella comes across as the biggest jerk in the league, but he keeps getting jobs, so they must like him behind the scenes.
He is, but his players do like him. We've had, Cam and I have had over 400 of the biggest names in the history of the game. Several players who have played for Torts. And for the most part, there may be one or maybe two. They love playing for this guy. Like, he's hard on them, but there's always a relationship between he and the players. Like, he gets to know his players. He knows their families. He knows what's going on in their personal lives. He cares. So, yeah, he puts that tough guy act on during the games. And I don't think it's an act. I think he is very, very intense. But at the same time, it creates an environment that players like playing for. And he did the same thing in Columbus. Those guys liked him in Columbus, had a decent run there for a team that really wasn't going anywhere, But
somebody earlier was saying was the Barbashev trade. They were pointing out that it was a terrible trade by Army because you got Zach Dean in return, who is not. But at the time, Barbashev, they probably didn't think they could re-sign him, or I'm trying to remember the money at the time.
I mean, it never made sense, and it still will never make sense. That one.
The trade, you mean?
The trade.
Like unloading him.
I think, the hockey term, as we say, whenever a goalie lets in a terrible goal, what do they say?
Back.
He wants that one back. I think Army would want that one back. I think
he's
Army
such a
would
winning
want
player, too.
A couple back. I think he'd want that one back, and he'd want the Petro one back. But he's made so many good moves at the same time that it's every general manager can say the same thing. But with Barbashev, he just was right in that age range that Army at the time was saying he wanted to build around. And, he was having a career season at the time. I think he had 26 goals that year, the year that he was traded. And, I don't know if the organization didn't think that he could sustain it. I don't know if he didn't want to stay here. I thought the prevailing thought was that Barbashev was interested in staying here, wanted to stay, but he wanted to be paid. But at the same time, the money that he was able to command at the time would have been a bargain. What's he making right now?
4 or 5 million, probably. I'm guessing. Yeah,
he's making 5.5, something like that right now. With Vegas, you got to be kidding me. This guy is an elite power forward in the NHL. Plus, he just crushes guys too. Scores big goals, crushes guys. Great leadership. He's won 2 cups. Potentially a third coming up.
What's your confidence level in Steen? That's from the 618.
Got a lot of confidence in Steener. I will say this about Steen, is that you got to have you got to be all in if you're going to take this job. And I know you would say, well, most general managers know that. And yeah, I get it. But they're not all created equal, every general manager. And this guy has a work ethic that I think is similar to what we've seen from Doug Armstrong. Nobody outworks Doug Armstrong, and I don't think anybody's going to outwork Alexander Steen. He brings that same mentality. He knows the game. He's confident in his ability to know the game. And listen, there's going to be some areas of growth that you only get from spending time on the job in terms of how you handle your players and some of that stuff. It's different than being a teammate. Getting off the bus and going left versus going right, I think is a challenge for anybody that's fresh out of the game. When you go with the management and you go with the coach, you're no longer a player, but he's been doing this now for a couple of years and been in the mix. And it's going to help him to have Army around here in the short term. So I got a lot of confidence in Alexander Steen. I think he'll do a great job.
Strick, why are there so many no-trade contracts in hockey? Remember that Hully couldn't get one, and that's why he ends up leaving the Blues?
Army doesn't give out the no-move clauses.
What's the difference now? No
move, you just can't be put on waivers, can't be bought out.
Okay.
So no trade, you could be put on waivers and basically sent down to the jungle.
So is the no move even more restrictive then?
No.
Because
no move, yeah.
Because if you had a no trade, but it didn't involve waiver, they can embarrass you, kind of like Dougie Waite. They told him, hey, you're going to sit in the press box every night. And he said, okay, fine, I'll take the deal. Like Braden Shen's like, okay, you're going to keep trying to trade me. I'll finally say yes.
Yeah, the Shen thing's different because I don't know how often they were trying to trade him. I know they had talked, obviously, the year before, and there was some talk about him going to a team or two. But this one was different, and I was there. And the fact that the Islanders were at the same hotel, I just think almost made it nearly impossible for him to say no. He walked into a room. You got the management team there.
Patrick Waugh sitting there.
You have Patrick Waugh talking to you. They've got a lot of respected veterans on that team. Guys like Anders Lee, a couple of defensemen on the back end, Matt Barzal. I mean, guys who were all hanging around the lobby talking to Schenner at the time. And it was just going to be difficult. It's one thing if you get a phone call and you got to think about it, like Colton Parayko got, and then it's easier for you to take a deep breath and say, no, I just don't want to do it. If Buffalo is at the hotel, and he's talking to Rasmus Dahlin and all these other guys, and maybe he would, react differently. But I think it was hard for Schenner to say no when you consider the fact that he was facing these guys face to face at the hotel.
You think he has much left in the tank? He's 34 now. He had one of the worst plus-minus ratings.
Yeah, that was a great trade. But I love Shen, but that was a great trade.
Yeah.
Same with Falk. You get the picks. Oh, I mean, those are great trades.
He's at the scene of the crime. Yeah, I think it was a second game.
Of the crime.
Second game, I think, against Detroit. Pucks are hitting his stick. They're going off his shin base, screening the goalie. I'm like, but I like Falk a lot at the same time. And he's a very good player.
Scene of the crime. I really love the guy.
Hey, we got a game coming up in 30 minutes, right? USA, Canada. Falk's the captain of USA at the World Championships.
Well, that was Jackson's update, right?
And so USA, Canada starting at 9:20.
Is this the World Championships? Are they under 18 or under 19?
No, this is the men's World Championship.
These are the actual.
Think Falk will be playing in the U18s.
Oh, Falk's playing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so he's the captain. Scored a couple of goals in a game the other day.
Phil Rizzuto.
But, he had a couple good seasons here. But, again,
what is this going on?
You get a first-round pick that was unprotected. I can't believe Steve Yzerman exposed himself like that and didn't protect the first-round pick. The Blues could have been in the top 10 with the Red Wings pick with their fall and collapse late in the season. But that was a great trade to get a first-round pick for Justin Falk.
All right, Strick is here. Andy Strickland, time for a few more questions. TMA, Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you. on the Brown and Crouppen morning after. We're in the 8 o'clock hour. That's the Fisher window and door store. It's a little chilly in here. I forgot to warn you. You're a hockey guy.
That's right.
Daddy's time of year. All right, TMA on 101 ESPN. AutoLoanPro.com. Great website to pick out a vehicle. The selection right there on the site. And one thing you know about Auto Loan Pro is they'll get you into a car no matter what your situation, no matter what the circumstance is. Get you that car with little to no money down, best rates possible. They're part of the Lita family, and they've also put together a free playbook. So when you go to that website, pick out the car, but also check out the playbook to better understand how the credit industry works. So you'll improve your credit and get into the vehicle, and able to do that with little to no money down. They're working with over 50 different lenders. That's how they get the best rate possible. It's AutoLoanPro.com. Financing a car can get a little frustrating, a little complicated. Keep it simple. Finance with a pro. AutoLoanPro.com. Robert Thomas, our friend of the show, he says, even though we haven't talked to Bob in a while, friend of the show, Jim Olive, yeah, they see them on the TV commercials during Blues games. They're all there on the site. Check it out to pick out your car and get the best deal possible. AutoLoanPro.com. Got a Cards off day. Cubs here over the weekend. Doug, you got the Cubs. You got the Battlehawks Friday night. What more do you need?
I don't need anything beyond that.
You know what I heard? The following Sunday, which would be June 7th, that's the night of the Indy race. But that day, if the Battlehawks are the 2 seed, they'd be hosting a playoff game. Or I guess if they're the 1 seed, either way, they could be at home on that Sunday, June 7th. But I heard that Orlando, you know that what are they? The Storm.
UFL? I think that's a WNBA team.
No, all right, hold on.
The Orlando Storm.
I know you guys don't care, but the point is, I heard they have a conflict with their stadium, so they might let Orlando play their playoff game at the Dome, and then the Battlehawks can play the next game.
Oh, gosh.
So you might have a doubleheader.
Nice.
That's in discussion.
What league is this?
This is the
UFL.
This is Buzz.
If Orlando is to come to the Dome, would that mean some more exposure for you?
And Anthony, well, I think one game would be on ABC.
Do you treat it like it's a real team?
Yes. Pre-game tomorrow at 6:30.
You wear like a blue tie?
I told these guys I didn't go to the first 2 games. I had kids' games, and Ricky Prohl texted me and said, "Bro, you think you're too cool for the UFL?" I'm like, no, I had stuff going on.
I won't disrespect Ricky Prohl,
No,
number 87.
absolutely not.
Had a couple great catches. Wake Forest, I believe.
Yeah, had a good career.
That's right.
Who's your
Strix always surprises himself when he knows like a non-hockey fact.
Well,
Hey,
I
Wake Forest.
Wikipedia when I'm watching most college sports, which is amazing, and I recommend people do it. Just because you don't know every college player. I know some people do.
Can you name 2 more Wake Forest Demon Deacons?
Yes, I can. Kenny Anderson.
Okay.
Georgia Tech, I think.
And
Tim Duncan.
Stephon Marbury.
No.
Georgia Tech. You're on Georgia Tech. It's the same black and gold color scheme.
The question was for Strick.
Oh, Wake Forest. Sorry. Decker. He played at Mizzou, and then he transferred.
Tate Decker?
And then Lauren Woods.
Yeah, that's a good call. Lauren Woods out of Cardinal Ritter.
Yeah. And then Decker. We used to hang out in high school back in the day.
Was it Tate Decker?
Webster, yeah.
He went to Webster.
Uh-huh.
He used to, they'd show up to parties and stuff. I was always the guy, I'd take you on one-on-one right now.
You would say that to Tate Decker, who was about 6'9".
Joking, yes.
Okay.
I'd say it to Kristen Focal, Larry Hughes.
It's a weird kind of brain twist you had, though. The first 2 guys you mentioned were Georgia Tech.
Isn't that amazing?
And they do have
black
a
and
similar
gold.
ACC color scheme, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, Wake Forest, great school. I actually have a couple, on my wife's side, a couple cousins that, one goes there now, one graduated from there. It's a fantastic campus.
What's the big thing there? What do you go to? Is it engineering? Or yeah,
it's Tobacco Road, baby.
So Tate Decker
go there for cigarettes?
I don't know. I think they got a great women's soccer program, too.
It's a tough school. It's considered like the Harvard. They always say, WashU's the Harvard of the Midwest. Wake Forest, the Harvard of the South.
Take that claim.
I know. Wake Forest, Tate Decker went Mizzou and then ended up at Wake Forest.
Thank you, Lauren
Strick
Woods,
passes
Wake
the
Forest.
test.
So did I pass your quiz? Give me another
Sure.
one. Give me another
You
one.
want another
'Cause I
quiz?
Can you name 2 more Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets?
Georgia Tech.
Well, did I say Stephon Marbury? Was he at Georgia Tech?
I thought he went straight to
Marbury was Georgia Tech. Kenny Anderson was Georgia
So
Tech.
I already said 2 of those.
Okay.
That was that Bobby Cremens area.
Bobby
Had that
Cremens,
Pretty big wide receiver went
white
there.
hair. What's that?
Pretty big wide receiver went to Georgia Tech.
Of the
Yes,
Detroit
they
Lions.
did. Calvin Johnson.
There you go.
Oh, boy, wow.
This guy's hot.
I'm hot, man.
He's like, what else you got?
What else you got? Let's go.
What town is Wake Forest in?
Is it Durham?
No.
It's got to be Winston-Salem.
Winston-Salem, yeah.
Who is Strick's favorite teacher and or coach in high school? Thanks. That's from Buck Melanoma Moley Russell's Wart. What?
Oh.
A lot going on there.
Did I change that name?
Who's got the melanoma?
Buck Melanoma Moley Russell's Wart.
Man, that is a trick question.
Parkway North. Pride of Parkway North.
Yeah.
Steve Savard,
Mr.
Randy
Reinish
Carricker.
was, I had him for 9th grade, I think, history or something like that. One of those, you know. We used to have this class where you could be like your senior year, you could be like an assistant to a teacher, you know, and they would assign it at the end of the week. You'd never even show up all week long. So basically, I would do that between during like the second lunch. So I would have lunch, and then I would be his assistant during the second lunch. So I basically have 2 lunches.
Nice.
He was my freshman football coach. I had 3 interceptions my freshman year.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Well, you're a big guy to be in the defensive backfield.
It's a ball hawk.
Yeah.
3 and a 2-point conversion, actually, too, as a wingback.
Did Strickland take Jackson's Adderall? That's from Jugs in D.C. Say that's possible.
No. Strick's bringing the heat.
Uncle Buck reference. That's from the Mick Ultra YouTube chat. That's what I was reading the the lengthy name before.
What else is on your rundown?
What rundown?
Do we have a
rundown?
We have no rundown.
Brad Thompson. We're going to get back to the Cardinal discussion.
They still
at
taking their
9:30.
shirts off at the game or no?
They haven't hung
Well,
in a while.
we broke some news on this show on Tuesday that the right field bleachers is now becoming home to the general admission section. So if you want to be rowdy and you want to stand and just kind of, if you have a ticket anywhere in the stadium,
they have to announce that. If you want to be rowdy,
well, no, but I'm saying
we have one section you can go to be rowdy, guys. If you want
everybody else,
you want to get a little dangerous, we have one section.
What if the announcer?
That's
Hey, you
something
at
they would
242,
do.
knock it off.
You man has to go
That's
scold
something
people.
they would do at like Rams at the Rams games.
That is true.
If you want to stand up, we have one section.
Rams rules papers. Do you have it handy?
Yeah. Give me a moment.
You like those Rams rules that Kevin Demoff put together?
Worst environment in National Football League history was the Rams Dome after they were winning.
Had to be.
Yeah.
But when they were winning, you didn't notice because the team was so
when you
damn
grow up
good.
going to Buffalo Bills games, man, it's just
They're tearing down your old Orchard Park
Can you believe
Stadium.
that?
Yeah.
A lot of history there.
Remember,
a lot of tobacco spit on the.
There was a time there
sidewalk.
Rams games. Whenever there was a timeout and they were on TV in the networks, they'd have the local stadium host would start interviewing fans. It felt like a morning TV show or something.
Yeah,
it just could not have been.
Was
worse.
it Andy Banker?
He was a PA. He did
At
some of
the
the
end,
PA.
it was Jim Holder for a
Jim
long
Holder.
time. The doors to the dome are open.
First down, Rams.
Sack. So we're supposed to yell sack? Is that what it is?
After a sack, you're supposed to
Okay.
yell
Sack.
sack.
Because everybody-
That's what people do at a football game. You
Well, we're
yell.
also supposed to yell first down.
Yeah. Well, good. Andy Banker would say, "Good for another Rams. First down."
Do you have the slow clap?
Oh, I have all. Our
explanation?
guest, Andy Strickland, does not have headphones, and it would be rude to play.
gotcha.
Remember what I said?
He would just keep talking.
Remember we went to training camp, Marty, in Wisconsin?
Oh, yeah, Mequon.
And, I mean, I'm calling out Mark Bolger. I didn't like his body language during practice. I didn't like the way he...
As a former JV defensive back.
I mean,
He had that 2-point conversion.
He's, remember I said his teammates don't even respect him. They're just talking trash to him the whole time.
So
I'm watching all
you were
this.
on Bolger's
But then
case.
he grew on me for
okay.
a good 2 seasons. And in the Pro Bowl, he was unbelievable.
Yeah, MVP.
Yeah, he
years
was.
earlier.
I mean,
But you are very malleable, so you would make fun of Drinkwitz for being part of the computer geek squad, and then he comes to a Blues game, and now he's your guy.
remember the guy who used to, he was riding his bike over to us all the time? Kraft?
Chris Draft.
Chris Draft.
Yeah, he was always on his bike.
Yeah.
Chris Draft. Ask Rick if Dylan Dube has a chance to be with the Blues next year. That sounds like a text inbox name. Dylan Dube.
It's
That is fan of the box. would
Dubé,
like to know.
baby. Dubé.
Dube.
That sounds like a local sportscaster, doesn't it? Dylan Dube scored 2 goals for the Blues.
Anthony Boner on the rebound. That was from a fan of the box, Dylan Dube.
I think he does have a chance.
Okay.
And I know there's other teams that are interested too, but he's earned himself an NHL contract after dealing with some personal.
And you said earlier, within 5 years, you think the Blues will win a cup.
do.
Why do you feel so strongly
Because
about
I just
that?
think they've got the pieces, man. They got the makeup. They got the pieces.
Who
they
are the
got
pieces that are going to
goaltender.
win the cup for?
Hofer, Holloway, Snuggerud, Mayu.
You think Mayu's going to be one of the reasons they win the
he's
cup?
going to be really good, man.
Really?
I really do. And I thought he finished the season playing at a real high level, too. So, he doesn't have to be a star here, Just make good plays, be smart, and move your feet.
Move your feet, and by God, shoot. Shoot.
But no, I like the way he finished the season. I think he's got some real legitimate, and I'm being serious, significant upside.
Candy, well, it rhymes with Strickland, but it uses the D word. A huge fan, he said. Bob Thomas, next captain, right? Question mark. There you go. I think we're going to get all the A's, aren't we?
That's a great question. I mean, and I know my time is running out here, guys, so I don't have a whole lot of,
Is there an orchestra playing like the Oscars?
But, I honestly, if I was in charge, I would sit down with Robbie Thomas, like, you want to be the captain? And I'd put it right on his chest. I don't think anybody else really falls in that category or is ready for it. I know there's a lot of momentum behind Jake Neighbors, and I'm as big of a Jake Neighbors fan as anybody from a personal standpoint. He has all the makings of a captain, but you don't need to force it. And if it's not his time yet, then there's no reason.
Hard to be the captain if you don't score goals.
I feel like he put some pressure on himself and struggled after Shen left. Whereas I thought Robert Thomas really stepped up and kind of put the team on his back and just played with as much confidence as we had ever seen him play with after Shem left. So I also don't have a problem if you don't feel like you have a true, legit candidate, because I don't know how much Robert Thomas cares to be the captain. I think when Shem was named captain, I think it meant a lot to him, and he was disappointed that he didn't get it, much like Tarasenko. Tarasenko was really upset. In fact, he asked for a trade because he didn't get it. And that was a big part of it. Not the only reason, but he really wanted it, and there were some other guys that wanted it. I think this time, Robert Thomas is just, it's not the most important thing to him. But
that's kind of his persona, too. Like, hey, whatever, man. Take it or leave it.
I just hope that his mindset is still there to be fully committed to being a St. Louis Blue long term. Because I felt like after the trade deadline, the disappointment of not making Canada in the Olympics, I thought, that was tough for him at that time. Although I didn't think he was going to make it, but he must have, because he was really rejected after that announcement was made. I remember the morning that the team was announced, he was really upset about it. And then, so not making Team Canada and having the injury, the trade talk at the trade deadline, I think he took some of that personal.
Strick Reimish was the science and the freshman football coach. He was awesome. That's from stepdad Gary.
See, he knows, man. Mr. Reinish was my man.
Do all the Strick sports coats still have Strick Daddy embroidered in them?
Strick Nasty.
That's from the Pope.
Strick Nasty.
Where'd the Nasty come from? What'd you do to get that nickname?
So Ben Boyd and Dan Kriegshauser, two board ops back in the day at 1380, and Jay Randolph Jr., they all started calling me Strick Nasty.
For no reason. You didn't do anything to earn that.
They'd be like, what up, Strick Nasty? So and it just kind of stuck. And then ODS, Old Dirty Strick, man. No one else.
ODS. I haven't heard that in a while. ODS. I mean, Ben Boyd is now an executive with the Cardinals. Yes. I'm an old man down there hanging out at the ballpark, and I see Ben Boyd. What up, dog? What up, dirty? Strickland ran the best practices in youth hockey for the AAA Blues, known as the Stricky Olympics.
That's right.
Is that true?
It's very true. I like that email. That's the email of the day right there.
Email of the day.
You work them hard, do you?
Oh, we have fun. But a combination. You don't even know you're working hard because you're having so much fun.
Yeah, those are the best practices.
Yeah, it is. What's coming up on the Cam and Strick podcast?
Well, we got some good ones for you. Jake Allen coming up next. Obviously played in Montreal and has great perspective. Very
was here at an awkward moment there where they were winning the cup, but he had to kind of take a back seat.
And this guy is going to have a career in television if he wants it.
Does he still live in Kirkwood?
He does not. He lives in Canada.
And moved back there.
Well, he plays for the New Jersey Devils now, but he sold his house in Kirkwood.
Strick's real estate show coming back.
I believe it.
I'd like to know where the stars live.
Oh, there's a superstar, very well-known athlete. His house right now is on the market for just under $6 million. And I texted him the other day, I want to put an offer in. He said, do you have the cash flow? So it's a beautiful house. I've been in it on a number of occasions, too.
Can we have initials of this guy?
Well, I don't think he wants it out, and so we won't go there. But it is. He doesn't hide it very well in the pictures, so you can figure it out. So just go look it up.
On the house. It's on the
house. It's pretty easy to determine who it is.
Oh,
okay. Strick, great to have you here. Thanks for stopping by.
Jake Allen's some real estate, but I believe when he moved, his basement flooded. In his
Little
house.
known fact.
Yes, because another player moved in there and it flooded. So
Jake Allen coming up. Cam and Strick podcast, wildly
and Dan
popular.
Muse, the head coach of the Pittsburgh Penguins, who's a finalist for the Jack Adams Award. Evgeny Malkin just decided he's going to sign another one-year extension with Pittsburgh. He's going to come back. But Dan Muse, great story, great head coach in the NHL, who I know you've never heard of, either of you.
No, big fans. I tuned in. You had the Mike Tirico interview.
He was great.
Yeah, he's apparently a really nice guy. He was like in his hotel in Florida. He was trying to manage the old YouTube. But it starts, though, with Cam and Strick just abusing each other for about an hour and a half.
He said it was the best interview he had ever done.
Who said that?
Tirico.
He did?
Yeah.
When? At the end of the interview?
He's like, I've never been interviewed like that.
Wow. But it begins with you guys abusing each other, and Cam may or may not.
I don't know how often he gets interviewed. I would imagine, but like
Tirico,
it might be about the Olympics. It's never about him,
Right. Well, there's a handful like Andrew Marchand, Jimmy Trainer. There's a couple of guys who do like sports media.
Right.
All right, Cam and Strick podcast.
Did Graham Bensinger go to Russia to interview Ovi?
At one point, I think yes.
Maybe that was his old video that popped up.
I think that's old.
Yeah, Ovi looked younger.
and then they jump in the pond at the end.
They do?
Yes.
My
I don't.
God.
That's what I remember. Brad Thompson's going to, unless Strick wants to stay.
We're good. All the best to you guys.
always
Thanks for
welcome.
having me. Enjoy your summer. I mean, summer starts today. My kid's last day of school was yesterday.
Wow.
So I'm going to go home now, and everyone's going to be like, can you take me here? Can you take me there? Can you take me here?
And you're like, hey, I got to rewatch a Game 7 of the 1985
We got USA,
finals.
Canada, and Ty's got hockey today, so.
Ty's got hockey today. So Strick's got to go. Text in throughout the show. It's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. We've got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where they are up and running. It just says Tony Womack. Doug, you want to talk about Tony Womack? There it is right there.
Heck of a player.
Great
And
second
they're also
baseman.
naming
Sure
the
miss
house
him.
that's for sale, but we don't need to mention that.
Yeah.
But we do need to do what, Jackson?
Take a break. I mean, how many times we got to throw a break?
I thought you were going to go to.
No offense. This is not. This is.
Oh, no.
Is it my fault?
No, the alliance is strong. I've noticed when Martin runs point, when we go to a break, it is like someone who just got shot in the hamstring, and we limp to the. We get to the break slowly but sure. We don't hit the break.
Feel.
Okay. Is the guest here, and I love Strick, that's my guy. Is he also
He did
kind
us
of
no favors with
like,
that.
I'm like, there's the door, and he's like, whoa, where are you going?
It's the mid. I think they call it
Hey,
the,
always a pleasure.
the Midwest goodbye, where like you say goodbye, and
Irish
then
goodbye.
30 minutes later
How
you
about I
actually
take
start
it
your
to
car.
break?
Strick,
Okay,
Strick,
Strick,
take us.
we'll get it done. All right, it's been a pleasure to be with you here on 101 ESPN. Brad Thompson is next on TMA, baby.
Oh.
Have a great rest of your week.
Lifetime Roofing online at lifetimeroofingstl.com, serving the St. Louis metropolitan area since 2005. It's veteran and locally owned business. That's Dustin McClendon and his team at lifetimeroofingstl.com or by calling 314-800-0426. They are award-winning and A-plus rated, and you can ask about their literal lifetime warranty on new roofs and James Hardy siding. High-end customer experience, dedicated project management from start to finish with detailed inspections before every project. No surprises mid-job. That's so important if you are looking to tend to your roof. Clear scope, clear pricing, and no change order games. With Lifetime Roofing, online at lifetimeroofingstl.com or by calling 314-800-0426.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We will have Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals, Spurs and Thunder, right here on 101 ESPN this evening. Pre-game at 7, tip-off at 7:30. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
And we had our lifetime roofing lead, which was Cardinal baseball. At the outset, talked a lot about the no-hitter that nearly was for Dustin May. Brutal 2-1 loss for the Cardinals. Only 2 runs in the sweep at the hands of the Brewers. We said it was brutal. We weren't there in the building. Brad Thompson was, and he joins us now. Brad, are you over? Are you okay now? That was tough.
Guys, I am definitely okay. By the way, totally unrelated, but I thought your guys' throw to break was perfect. I've been listening in. It was amazing, everything about it. There was nothing limping in. It was great.
Thank you.
And I am heading in right now. This is how excited I am. I'm going to baseball heaven right now. I'm on my way to Busch Stadium, going to hang out with my main man, Fred Bird. So that will cover all the woes from the weekend. That was the Brewers series.
Okay. All right. Well, let's walk through some of the moments there, and I said it at the outset, it's a tough catch, but I'm sure Brian Torres probably just thinking, man, I got to make that catch from my guy. What can we rate the probability of that catch, Jackson? Weren't we looking that up 2.5 hours ago?
It's tough to find out.
Yeah, what'd you find?
I couldn't. They come up with those like Google StatCast stuff during a broadcast sometimes, where it's like probability of catch or distance traveled to get it.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily on Baseball Savant, which hosts StatCast, which is frustrating.
Okay.
But you can get like numbers on how many stadiums would be a home run with. You wonder on that double, 0. There would have been a home run nowhere.
Sure. Yeah, I will go back. I will text one of you guys the answer to that question of what the actual catch probability was, because I think I can find that.
Okay.
Real moment off the bat, I thought it was going to be caught. Torres has done a great job. I'm so excited for him for the start that the 28-year-old rookie has had, certainly offensively. He's never been known as a defensive guy, right? You just kind of plug him in. He does a decent job. It would have been a tough catch. I think if Church is out there, that ball's caught. Neither here nor there, though, right? Like it was an impressive outing overall by Dustin May, but a heartbreaker. I was doing all my Bud Smith research, September 3rd, 2011, his 11th start, all of those fun things that I've wanted to use multiple times and haven't had a chance to. But it was a great outing by Dustin May.
And then the bunt itself, I wonder, and Doug said earlier, we're looking at Gorman, but he's covering third. Do you think it's impossible if you're a pitcher in that moment not to be a little bit just, not distracted, but just you're thinking still about, oh, my God, we can all say lock in, get the next hitter, but I wonder if May was dismayed.
Yeah, I was thinking lock in, get the next hitter was the way that I was thinking. But that's easy to do in the booth as opposed to on the mound. It was one of those where it's kind of an in-betweener bunt. So on that, with that scenario, runner on second, your job as a pitcher, you break anything to the right side. You have to be breaking that direction. If it's down the line, third baseman will read it. He'll come in and get it. I think either way, if they're both breaking on it, maybe Gorman has a better chance. I did not get a chance to talk to Ollie or Stubby or Nolan after the game about that play specifically of the read, but I think that it was one where May needs to be busting that way one way or the other. He might have lost his footing, though, as I looked at it again afterwards. Either way, perfectly placed bunt, and then the hit by Yelich off of Romero, a mistake that he made. At the end of the day, just not enough offense against the Brewers team, who has been able to limit offense left and right.
Yeah, offense has definitely been the problem. They've scored more than 2 runs just, twice in their last 7-8 games, something like that. Well, what is the solution to that? Is there an easy answer to that question?
No, God, no, there's not an easy answer to that. Like, it's kind of some of the struggles that you're going to see from a young team. Like, you look at this group top to bottom, I mean, minus a couple of guys, maybe Burleson, a little bit of Ferreira. There's not too much back of the baseball card offensive stats, right, that you can lean on. So these guys are learning on the fly. And looking at the numbers, like 1 through 4 has been doing pretty good. 5 through 9 have had their struggles, and it's very difficult when you're so top-heavy as an offense. So got to figure out a way to spur something at the bottom, but it's not easy. Like, it's individual approaches, it's individual swings of trying to get things going. I don't think that there's like if you move this guy in this spot or this guy here, at the end of the day, it just comes down to executing your game plan. We saw the Cardinals be able to do that for the first month plus. This last month, the offense has maybe come back to earth a little bit. Or has struggled a little bit against especially some better pitching. But, yeah, Doug, there's not an easy fix to it. It's going to be a grind. We talked about it at the beginning of the season. With a young roster like this, there is going to be a roller coaster ride. There are going to be some highs and going to be some lows, and currently sitting in a bit of a low offensively.
You know what I noticed last night? Riley O'Brien hasn't had a save in 2 weeks. It was in Sacramento, the great comeback game, and hasn't pitched a ton either. Do you think that's a good thing for a guy who's pitching a lot, or is there fear now of rust? And they obviously haven't been in save situations for a while here. He did pitch Saturday in that tight game in Cincy.
It's a good question. It's definitely not a good thing that your closer hasn't pitched much in the last 2 weeks. But I know what you're asking. You're asking for a feel and a touch for a guy. Like, there are times where you need a little downtime. I also know that Riley has a good enough feel for his role in the games that he's going to be in, where he's getting touch and feel off the mound, but it is different than game reps. So that's just kind of the nature of the beast when you're a high-leverage reliever, and especially a closer. It's going to be feast or famine. Like, he's going to have to answer the bell 3 days in a row at some point, and then there's going to be another time, like right now, where he throws once in 8 days. Like, that's just kind of how that has been. That was the case with JoJo as well, Stanek. Like, a lot of your high-leverage guys had not been used recently because you didn't need to. Also had some rain issues in Cincinnati. So the biggest key as a reliever is figuring out what you need, right? How do you stay as fresh as possible without wearing yourself out? And it takes a while to figure that out, and everybody is different. But I think Riley's at the point where he knows himself well enough that he'll be sharp next time he's out there.
All right, how about the drama with the Brewers and the signals from the dugout to their dugout? I guess Vogelbach said yesterday, hey, we weren't relaying anything, and that's sort of what Ollie was saying. Hey, just be careful over there. And then, of course, the antics on the mound. What was your take on that whole, I guess really for a couple of days there, the tension?
Yeah, a lot of layers to it, right? And I do think I am a big fan. I don't know if you guys are. I'm a big fan of bad blood and rivalry, so I love it. I love that there's a little tension and drama between the Cardinals and the Brewers. And Ollie he talked about it. It's all only reference statements that he's made, or at least that I've read, and nothing that that doesn't kind of fall into that one. But yeah, their concern was there was and has been some sort of relaying of signals. Not privy to exactly what that was, who was relaying it, but they believe that it was very obvious what they were doing. And obviously Daniel Vogelbach and the Brewers said, no, that's not the case. But at the end of the day, like, if you believe those things are happening, you do want to try to take care of it. You want to try to take care of it quietly. You do want to let the other side know. And there were plenty of heated exchanges back and forth from Ollie and the other side. Obviously, the words before BP, a little conversation with Vogie. But you're going to have that. You're going to have some back and forth. You're going to have some bad blood. And I realize that this might be salty on the Cardinal side of it. Like, I didn't love Abner Uribe's antics on the mound afterwards with the triple tap. I thought that was a bit much. But I also think, and this could be, you could reference this with a back in my day, I think that you could have taken care of that just by yourself in that same game with 2 outs and Christian Yelich up. I really feel like that would have slowed some things down too, but neither here nor there at this point. But I don't mind the bad blood. I know that that's the last thing Ollie wants is like that attention to be on him and that aspect of the game. He cares about his guys and winning baseball games, but he also cares about having his guys back.
How often does that happen where they're saying to the other side, hey, like dugout to dugout kind of chirping?
Yeah, there's not a ton of it, I don't think, anymore. Like, you don't get too many Tony La Russa, Dusty Baker screaming at each other across the way, which was awesome back in the day, whether it was being a part of those rivalries, like as a player, or just being a fan watching. Like, you kind of enjoy that. But you don't get as much of that. But, like, all these teams, like, everybody wants to win, and everybody wants to do everything they possibly can to put their teams in the best position. Every manager is going to want to have the back of their players, and at the end of the day, we're all competitors, right? So you will get a little bit of it when sides believe it's needed.
So what's the accusation? What do they lay it out for people? What Ollie is saying that the Brewers are doing, and then what is the sort of unwritten rule there?
Look, like I said, I'm only going to reference anything that Ollie had talked about publicly. He just believed that they were relaying signs of some sort. They were making it very obvious in the way that they were doing it, at least as far as Ollie and his staff, because like these guys, they have eyes on everything while they're watching their players, and this is all teams. You're also watching other sides' dugouts, other sides' people, personnel. If there's somebody standing somewhere where they're generally not standing, if there's somebody in the ear of somebody that generally isn't next to them, like there's a lot of things that go on in a Major League Baseball game. It's crazy the amount of attention that is paid to little things that us at home maybe wouldn't be paying attention to. So look, the like unwritten rule part of it, everybody's looking for an edge, okay? And if you can do it inside the rules without utilizing technology, without doing all the stuff that Major League Baseball has tried to put a stop to, then you do it. Like if you can find an advantage, do it. But it is very like the unwritten rule part is, hey, you better make it low T. Like you better not. Like a good example of this is when you have a runner at second base that is obviously giving location now because PitchCom has taken away giving pitches. You'll see guys dangle a big arm out there one way or the other, or you'll see a heavy lean one way or the other. There are better ways to do it because when you're giving away things in different places, that's when you get your guys hurt. So that's the thing. If you're going to be very obvious about it, the other side can be very obvious about the fact that they know, and that gets a team hurt.
When you look back on your career, do you consider it a miss that you didn't crotch chop after a strikeout?
Yeah.
Dude, the only issue, Doug, I am so glad you asked me that. The only issue is I don't recall striking anybody out in a big moment. Now, that wasn't a big moment either. It was a 6-0 ball game, but I do feel like there's something to it. Like I could see a T-shirt right now with me doing the big like X chop on it. Mm-hmm. I feel like that would have been great. Some sort of a calling card. Now, I don't know if it would be kid-friendly. I don't know if it would mesh up with the Cardinals Kids show that I'm about to go do with Fred Bird. Yeah. But maybe I could get Fred Bird doing it, too. Like, well, maybe the two of us could do it after every good segment we do. So
yeah, he took his shirt off.
Yeah. Yes, he did. And, boy, he's got to start working on his diet. He's a big jelly donut bird. You guys know that. But that's the thing about the tarps off zone. It's no shame, right? Everybody, it's no questions asked. Come take the tarp off and get ready to rock and roll. But yes, that's. I wish I'd have had a moment, maybe not exactly like that one, but with the intensity of it.
I still think the biggest story of the year is Jordan Walker, and then every time I think, well, he's going to cool off a little bit, then he has a day like he did in Cincinnati. You know, the power numbers are there. I mean, barring something unforeseen, this guy's going to the All-Star game, and people in February are probably like, hey, is he even going to make the, yes, he's making the roster, but he didn't homer till the final game of the spring. To me, that's just the biggest development for the franchise.
Man, I'm so happy for him, and you're right, for the franchise, because this is a first-rounder from a couple of years ago that the sky is the limit as far as the body type, the power, but it was about putting it all together. We did a side-by-side the other day. It was with him and Bryce Terang, I believe it was. And yeah, you look at it; they both break into the league at the same time. Terang had some more success early on in 23, 24. But then you look at the fact that he's also 2 years older. Like we look at big league time oftentimes and be like, well, you've been here 2 years. You should have it figured out. Like sometimes like actual just age of reps, the reps that were maybe missed in the minor leagues or missed in a 4-year college are really important ones. And I feel like all of those reps, he's finally got to a point where he's comfortable. You mentioned that day that he had over in Cincinnati, drove in 7, hit a pair of home runs on the weekend. Like that was awesome. I loved a couple of bats he had early against the Brewers, where he's got a cutter on the the outer half against Patrick yesterday, takes it to right field, had another breaking ball, goes to right field. He's got such a great idea of what he's trying to do now, and he realizes that he is a monster. He's got power to all fields, and he doesn't have to sell out for anything. He can trust in his preparation, trust in his swing, trust in all of the work that's been put in, and go out and do it. And really, a franchise-changing player with what he's doing right now. Chip actually asked me this question yesterday because we were talking about him just before the game, about him being a potential all-star this year, and believe he's obviously deserving of it. Like, hey, do you think that he would be asked to be in the home run derby? I'm like, why wouldn't he, right? Like, could you guys see Jordan Walker in the derby?
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah,
and what were the odds of that back in spring? That would be unbelievable for a guy who everyone was wondering, is he going to click? Is he going to become the guy they thought he could be, and then ends up in the home run derby and the All-Star game? Would be unreal. Brad Thompson joining us here on TMA Cards-Cubs weekend. That Friday game is earlier, correct? They slid. I said that's because of the concert. That's my guess.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, Jordan Davis is going to be the concert afterwards. That's going to be a lot of fun. So hour earlier, get to the ballpark early, stay late for the concert. You know, Cardinals, Cubs, it's always nuts. The Tarps Off crew is going to be going crazy. It's going to be a great weekend.
And they're taken over the right field bleachers. We broke news on TMA. How about that, Brad? Right field bleachers is now the general admission zone for all the rowdies.
I love it. I love it. So we have got the broadcast on Cardinals TV tomorrow. A couple of national broadcasts afterwards. But the Thompson family, we're going to the game on Saturday. My son's bringing a buddy, and they want to go Tarps Off. So you might see some Thompsons out there.
Wow. And if Brad does it, there'd be a glare at the plate, and then they wouldn't be able to swing the bat at all.
Yeah. Like, you'll know if I'm out there.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right, Brad, thanks for checking in.
All right, guys. We'll see you next week.
All right, we'll see you.
Brad Thompson, part of the Cardinals crew there with Chip Carey on Cardinals.tv. Earlier start on Friday, 6:15, something like that. And then I think about the same time, Saturday, Sunday. I guess I could look it up. I'll wait for the update with papers. I don't know. But it's on Fox on Saturday, 6:15. Sunday's game, NBC. Start time papers is
6:15. I think.
Are they all 6:15?
I think they're all night games. Yeah.
Well, I know they're all night games.
Yeah, they're all Wisconsin.
Would this
players.
be?
It's 6:20 on Sunday. 6:20 on Sunday.
So don't get there at 6:21.
Yeah. Martin, I have a question.
Yes.
That quarter zip right there, is that made by Polos Plus?
PolosPlus.com brings you the dossier.
PolosPlus.com, sponsor of the dossier on the morning after. And now, where you can get your TMA merchandise, including the Navy Caps on the Road t-shirt. Just go to PolosPlus.com and click on the TMA tab when you get to the website. And it's all there. Hats, t-shirts, quarter zips, and more, including golf polos from a wide variety of high-quality brands: Carhartt, TravisMathew, Nike, Under Armour, polos, quarter zips, jackets, hats, you name it. Polos Plus can do it for you in your business. This is how they have grown over the last few decades. They are local, and they've gotten to work with a lot of the people in the TMA advertising community and TMA listeners. Seth Goldcamp, James Carlton, Mark Hanna. That's exactly the kind of word-of-mouth local business supporting local business stuff that makes this show and its advertisers and its listeners what it is. So next time somebody at your office, your kid's team, your neighborhood, whatever, needs branded gear, check out Polos Plus. Send them to PolosPlus.com. Help support a local business that supports TMA.
Boy, I don't know. I thought I was trying to get us to a break, Doug, and all of a sudden, and now apparently we're limping to the break. Anything else on your mind, caller? The caller's like, I got to go. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen right here on 101 ESPN. $1879distilling.com. Great website, and find out what I've been talking about, all the different products that are made right there in the barn right behind Village Bar. We always talk about Village Bar and the cheeseburgers, the waffle fries, and just the coolest place to hang out with your friends and family. Well, then we started telling you about the barn out back. That's where they make these award-winning spirits And it's summertime. You're having friends over, sitting outside. Mix it up a little bit. Get one of the flavored vodkas. Try something a little different. Create some drink. Get on the drink menu. Mix it up. And you can try the lime flavored, the grapefruit flavored, lemon, black cherry, grape, cucumber. Mix it up. Again, all sorts of great options out there. And it's all available right there at Village Bar. Buy that merchandise at the general store or in the bar inside. All of it made right here in town. 1879distilling.com, where you can read the story there. Sample the products at the tasting room on Saturdays, noon to 5. Tasting room, that blue building connected to Village Bar. Beautiful spot, little speakeasy. Check it out. And for a private event, think about the barn out back. Great spot to host. 1879distilling.com is where you can find all the information. Paul McCartney's birthday?
Nope. It's the 55th anniversary of his second solo album, Ram.
We were supposed to get that?
No. It wasn't a guessing game.
So this is Wings or it's not?
Mm-mm.
So it's just solo?
Mm-hmm.
You did say solo. Are we limping into a segment? Can you do that? Can you limp into a segment?
Sure. This would be an example of it.
Doug, do you remember the Cardinals' last no-hitter at home?
Did you say last no-hitter at home?
At home.
Bud Smith was on the road.
That was on the road. The one before it was on the road.
Had two near ones with Michaelis and Waka.
How about
Waka, I was thinking, yeah.
Bob Forsch?
Bob Forsch is the correct answer. September of 1983. I got a call. I remember that the Fitzpatricks had tickets. I was in, high school, I guess. You want to go to the game? The team was bad. It was the end of the year. I said, no. Didn't go. Oh, it was just a no-hitter. Probably should have gone. I should have. That's the last one that was at, obviously, the old Busch. That was in 1983. Then Jose Jimenez, what year, Doug?
Oh, gosh.
At Arizona.
I don't know the years.
1990, maybe 1990.
Yeah.
I guess with a kid. $20 catcher for the Jose Jimenez no-hitter.
What year?
Eric Pappas.
1999.
Mike DeFelice.
Nope.
Initials, please.
I probably should have said $2,000.
Initials.
Alberto Castillo.
Alberto Castillo.
Really?
Those are the initials. Yes.
You could have given me Alberto Castillo,
and you still
would
said
have
no.
got it.
And you would have said no. Who was the catcher? No. The catcher was Alberto. No, but seriously, that's who it was. Bud Smith had Eli Marrero behind the plate.
Martin brings up an interesting thought exercise. Doug, is there any
thought exercise?
Well,
I made some notes for you last night, and I called it grab bag, and I thought that could be a new segment.
I like that. Martin mentioned not being able or not going to the game and missing a no-hitter. Is there any sporting event that you decided not to go to? You had an opportunity to go to and didn't, and something very significant happened in it? Chairman, you
nothing.
I'm thinking like a Mizzou game. You skipped it, and but if it's a big game, you would have gone.
Right, but not necessarily like a big game, but something like
significant happened.
Yeah, like a regular season
the
Cardinal
game may have been insignificant, but I could have gone and Mark Whitten had 4 homers. Although it was on the road, but something akin to that.
Chairman?
I left the Mo Miracle against San Diego State.
Oh, really?
Early and heard the stadium erupt as he was going down the sideline.
Yeah, I guess, Doug, 2011, you being out in the parking lot.
That's the closest I came. There was one so close I could taste it, but I couldn't get in.
I've told this story before, but Edmonds in Cincinnati. I was in Cincinnati. The Cardinals were playing the Reds, and I could have gone to the game, but I was really young, and I really wanted to go to the aquarium in Cincinnati. So my dad was like, all right, you're going to miss out. And that was the game where Jim Edmonds had that unbelievable catch over the wall where he couldn't even see it and grabbed it.
But you might have, had you gone, you might have been getting a hot dog at the time.
Sure, who knows? And unfortunately, there was a bomb threat into the aquarium that night, and I didn't even go to the aquarium.
Who bombs aquariums?
I don't know.
That's a bomb threat?
We want these fish dead.
There was a bomb threat to the aquarium.
That's clearly an inside job. Somebody that didn't want to work anymore and wanted to go see Edmonds make a great catch. They just called in a bomb threat.
Yeah. Sliding doors.
Yeah, I can't think of too many.
I've had some moments where I actually did go to the concession stand or something and missed a big home run or something. That's happened.
Yeah.
Doug, you'll appreciate this one. I was offered tickets to WWE Bad Blood.
Oh, Lord.
Back in 97.
And you turned it down, I hope?
It was the first ever Hell in the Cell match. And my parents wouldn't let me go because they didn't know the kid who I was going to be going with. Yeah. And it was a classic matchup. It was the first appearance of Kane. And I found out after the fact my dad went to high school with both the kids' parents, so he did know them. I should have been there for Hell in the Cell.
Yeah. That would have been a memory you would have never forgotten.
Mankind got thrown off the top of the cell.
Oh, imagine that.
And that was the first Hell in the Cell?
It was.
Why don't you and Larry Nickel go have coffee and talk about it?
I don't really make my way up to Alton as much as I'd like.
As much as you'd like. Oh. Bob Forsch no-hitters. Doug, those,
he had 2.
They were 15 years apart. Think about that.
Jeez.
Okay, I thought about it.
He was about the best pitcher they had for a long time on teams that never really went very far. But he was part of the 80s teams, right? 82?
He was 82, 85. Darrell Porter caught the second one. Ted Simmons caught the first. Simba, they called him, Doug. Caught a Bob Gibson no-hitter and then caught a Bob Forsch no-hitter.
How about Randy Johnson's first no-hitter, June 2nd, 1990? His second no-hitter, which was a perfect game, May 18th, 2004. Almost 14-year gap between the two no-nos.
And there is no rhyme or reason, but it does seem like the Cardinal franchise, 25 years? Albert was a rookie?
I mean, what was Waka, 1 out of the way?
That sounds right. And then there was something weird. I think, was it Shelby Miller who gave up a hit or a walk and then got the next 27 out or something?
Yeah,
Remember? He had a weird, it was never imminent that it was going to happen. It was never an
Which is
option.
essentially, it's like kind of the same thing. Even though obviously it's not like that in the record books, but it's kind of the same thing. If you allow the first runner on and then retire the next 27, you've done the same feat essentially. You've retired 27 in a row.
How about Nolan Ryan? 7 no-hitters and 12 one-hitters.
Jesus.
His first no-hitter was in 1973, and then his last one was in 1991.
Oh, God.
And that's an example. In college, the Rangers were playing the Brewers, and some friends of mine said, hey, let's go to the game because Nolan was going for his 300th win. So I'm like, oh, you got to go. Because if you don't go, you weren't there.
He had 18 three-hitters.
Doug, you like trivia?
Yes.
The only pitcher in Major League Baseball history to throw back-to-back no-hitters?
Johnny Vandermeer.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one record that'll never be broken because you'd have to throw 3 no-hitters in a row.
Yeah, right. That would
not likely to happen.
No.
Shelby Miller lost his no-hit bid. Oh, this is when he was playing with the Braves.
Okay. Did Michaelis have something where he got close? I feel like there was one run on the board or something.
In Tampa a couple years ago.
No, it was
at
St. Louis.
home. I think something was hit to deep center. Maybe Bader couldn't run it down.
Yeah, right. I remember that. I remember him in the 9th inning, it was really close, but I don't remember what it was. Like a situation where it was gave up a solo homer on the first pitch and then retired 26 in a row or something.
Shelby Miller puts away 27 in a row, gave up a leadoff single to Eric Young Jr., it appears.
Oof. The most heartbreaking was Armando Galarraga about to get a perfect game, and the umpire misses the call at first
was
base.
that Jim Joyce at first?
So he not only misses the perfect game and the no-hitter, too.
Right. I mean, and it was if it was just a few years later, they would have had replay and they could have challenged it, and it would have been unceremonious finish, but he would have been in the record books forever.
Mm-hmm.
But in reality, he threw a perfect game. But it's not like that in the record books, I guess. It doesn't matter.
Michael Flocka.
Waka Flocka Flame. He did it with no hands.
No is the headline. Michael Waka, check the really.
And he lost that on an infield hit, too, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a really hard play. I feel like it was too short. It was Pete Cosma at short.
Yeah, something like that.
That's what they're saying in the YouTube chat.
It was Pete Cosma that couldn't make a play on. Yeah, but I remember it being an incredibly difficult play to make, if my memory is correct, which it likely isn't.
And this segment has been near no-hitters.
Yeah, grab bag.
Grab bag. You like grab bag?
Yeah.
Well, I had this was a topic from a couple of weeks ago, and it was grab bag-esque, adjacent. My daughter played varsity lacrosse, and she got a letter. And then I said, what do people do with their letter? Does anybody buy a letter jacket anymore?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know. The girls?
No, you get a
Back
letter.
in the day?
Yeah, I guess. Well, you put on
when you
a
were in
sweater.
high school, were they still wearing letter jackets?
They would give out letters. Only some football players would get it, and it was usually offensive, bigger guys. It looks a varsity jacket or Letterman jacket.
Otherwise, it swallows you up.
It looks good on a bigger guy. It kind of looks goofy on someone with my slight frame. So they still give out letters. For what reason? I'm sure there's kids out there who don't even know what that means. Why you get the letter. It is very anniquated, but there are still some people.
I think they make little shadow boxes or whatever you call it now. Where
you got to buy one of those Letterman jackets, and they're expensive. They're really, because it's nice leather and everything, they're expensive. I never had one. Did you have a Letterman?
I think I did, yeah.
Really? Purple and gold?
But I don't think I ever played varsity. I mean, I know I didn't play varsity. I'm wondering, did I put all my JVs to my 2020 badge?
If you don't get that big letter, you
can't wear it around.
As a senior, you can't wear it around.
Yeah.
Doug, did you have a letter jacket?
Sure, I had a letter jacket.
Is it in your basement, boxed up somewhere?
It got
probably
lost somewhere amongst the moves.
Oh, no.
My parents moved and lost it, I guess.
Didn't they do Letterman sweaters back in your day, too?
Nah, that was a little before my day, the sweaters.
You were in Hoosiers?
Fonzie.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Mm-hmm. Everybody had a jacket back then. That's what people wore.
Sure.
You give it to your best gal when you were going steady?
No, I didn't
You
go
put
steady.
it down on a puddle so that she doesn't have to walk in it.
Didn't do that.
She has a poodle skirt.
Yeah, right. Oh,
you didn't show me the
before and after
your
yeah,
hair.
I'll do it in this
I
break.
thought of that when I was thinking of poodle skirts and pompadours.
That's what I
New
got.
segment here on TMA. The morning after, Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you till 11, and then you got the old after the morning after with Ken.
The Strode program.
The Strode program. What is it called? An audio bake sale?
An audio bake sale. Yesterday was kind of an audio dude ranch.
I don't know what that means.
Well, it's because he lusts for this farm lifestyle, but wants to do none of the work that goes into farming. Him and Edmonds might be fast friends.
What is that? Get the combine out of here. It's making too much noise. I would love to do a TV piece down there.
In Nashville?
At Farmer Jim's.
That would be great.
You could do up to them.
Here goes a note. Here goes a note.
All right, Team A brought to you by Brown and Croup.
This is good music here.
overly creative, Doug.
No, but it's good. Oh, it's good.
I just like when he says, led by Matheny and Mo. Oh.
Guys, my hometown, small school, they still wear the letter jacket. That's from the 314. And then Stinky Ricky said, my daughter got a letter jacket in Triad, Illinois. It looks sharp.
Yeah. They were nice coats, too. It kept you warm. Warm coat.
Guys, Bud Smith no hit the Padres. I think we covered that.
Sure.
We talked about that.
Mm-hmm. But thanks for the reminder.
Then regarding the Miles Michaelis play, they said, get it right, idiots. There were 2 outs in the ninth. Bader misplayed a fly ball that was on Miles Michaelis. Miles Michaelis fell 1 strike short of a no-hitter against the Pittsburgh Pirates. That was in June of 2022. Cal Mitchell doubled with 2 outs in the ninth. The 2-2 curveball went just over the head of the Gold Glove center fielder Harrison Bader, and the ball bouncing off the warning track. Miles Michaelis said, it stinks a little bit. Not being able to get it. The near no-no for Michael Wacha, which would have been in 2018. It's interesting because Matheny said they were looking to push the number, the pitch count, which at that point you're thinking, is there a pitch count? He got to 95. This is Michael Wacha. 95 pitches after 7. He was at 107 after 8 innings. We were extremely nervous, Matheny said. We had a max pitch count in mind. Mike Maddox gave me one. I told him I didn't like it. I thought it needed to be higher because of the unique opportunity. I like to hear that.
Yeah. I think when in doubt, leave him in.
And on his 111th pitch, Colin Moran got a base hit. I believe that was to lead off the ninth pinch hit. So near no-nos, Doug, that was the theme. That was the topic there. All of that in the wake of Dustin May and the Cardinals losing to the Brewers, getting swept by the Brewers, who are now 4.5 games up. I mean, it's way too early to worry about. You're not worried about the standings, but it's of note that the Brewers are 4.5 better than both the Cardinals and the Cubs. Big weekend ahead. Concert night Friday, therefore the game's a little earlier. 2 Fox has the game Saturday, therefore it's a bigger deal. It's on Channel 5 Sunday, so that game doesn't matter.
Right.
Papers, you were looking at ticket prices.
Pricey.
For the weekend, and this may be well, you'll have a lot of Chicago fans too, Cubs
No doubt.
fans.
Yeah, it's to be expected that the cost to get in the door is a little more expensive. But yeah, I mean Saturday, if you just want to get in, you're looking at about $50. Friday, you're looking at about $45. Sunday, a little cheaper, obviously Sunday game, but still very expensive.
Kind of a sign that Cardinal baseball is back.
Right. I mean, and then again, it's the Cubs, so you expect a little higher because and Sunday you can get in for like $25. But yeah, it's a good problem to have.
Well, those were depressing years when you could get a seat 10 rows off the field for $5.
Right.
And I mean, I liked it. I took advantage of it.
No doubt. I went to a lot of games.
It was still kind of depressing.
No, for sure. And especially like Cubs right now, reeling. Won yesterday, but losing 10 out of a row. Yeah, 10-game losing streak. Bottom of the NL Central. This is I think in their minds it's like, all right, we need to feast here because this is a team that's probably outperformed expectations. Let's bring them down to earth a little bit. But if you're the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals, you're saying to yourself, we're reeling just as bad. We're licking our wounds over here.
Just one win moved the Cubs up to 3rd place.
Yeah.
They're 4.5 out with the Cardinals.
9-game homestand. Rangers here next week. So Skip Schumacher back in town to relive the 2011 World Series. There'll probably be some clips playing on the Jumbotron. Then the Reds are here over the next weekend. Cards in the spot here where I guess if you're a player, you show up tomorrow. You get a full off day today. You got home at a reasonable time last night. By the time you're at the park tomorrow, you're like, all right, we're good.
Yeah, time to move on.
Yeah, you're 4 or 5 games over. All right. Yeah.
Big opportunity here.
That's what you want, buddy. Opportunity.
Start the homestand off right. Kind of flip the narrative of the last week where the offense has been non-existent. So if you can have a big weekend, not only in the win column, but, let's get some fireworks going,
You want some fireworks?
I would love some fireworks.
Well, the day off gives the Cardinal players a chance to check on their air conditioning system.
Ooh, who would you go with?
I would call Design Air. That's what I would do to make sure that air conditioning is working for the warm summer months that are right ahead. It's a good idea to schedule a maintenance plan with Design Air. They'll come out before the seasons, before the summer and the winter seasons, and make sure that your HVAC equipment is running properly. When it comes to heating and cooling, you need to trust a name that's been around a lot longer than all of us. That is, of course, Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904, more than a century of keeping St. Louis homes comfortable and customers happy. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA. We appreciate that. Seth Goldcamp, fourth-generation family member, running the company at Design Air. They believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today with one of the handsome repairmen. Might I suggest the very helpful Anthony. Design Air brings the heat.
Wow. What an awkward show today. We all know that if Jackson didn't want Tim's chair, there was going to be a problem. Jackson, quit trying to be a host and be the producer that we love on ATMA. Your lack of drops is insulting to the loyal fan base of this show.
They're insulting.
Okay. Just trying to do my best here. We're a man down, and I got to step
juggling,
more.
Trying to get us to breaks. Martin keeps talking. Strickland interrupts Martin.
I can't play drops when Andy's here with no headphones. It's like, I find that to be rude.
All right. And I don't like to let the critics win.
Sure.
But maybe just a little drop fest. Can you just go on a little bender for the... people have been listening, like, where are the drops? You're busy, you're hosting, you're playing Tim's reads, but let's just go for whatever you got, buddy. Okay. Just hit the keyboard.
On a day's work, Dougie.
Put that in your thong and smoke it.
Oh, thong.
You're a rube.
You disgustingly filthy lemming.
Okay.
Send me some requests, boys.
They're all the same.
It's my birthday in 3 days.
We're talking rigatoni marinara.
What you call in, big man?
Okay.
Wildly entertaining stuff, guys.
Okay.
That's how you rap. That's why you are the award-winning producer of TMA. And you're a host on ATMA, but you're a producer on TMA.
Just trying to do my best.
Your best. Guys, StatCast updated it to a 20% catch probability on the Mitchell double from yesterday. That's from Sheldon Shorts. And I knew there were stats all over the place. I'm going to take
I tried my hardest to find it. I couldn't find where the catch
and I think, didn't Brad say he'd get it to us? Because they get all
20% sounds right.
So, in defense of Brian Torres, if you love all the analytics and the metrics that are out there these days, it wasn't an easy catch.
Right.
Nobody thought it was.
Nor then they can't possibly take into account the shadow thing. I mean,
and you think the Brewers should be fined for having
the shadows there are ridiculous. It looks terrible. Everything about that. I get people say it's cool in person. It's a fun place to see a ball game. I have no doubts. And
but it's not just a roof. It's anytime you play an afternoon game.
They have those big old windows.
It happens at Busch Stadium. They get,
not as aggressive.
Get shadows at a lot of places.
Not as aggressive. Not nearly as aggressive as there. And it always kind of comes right in front of the plate, so the batter is in the shade and the pitcher isn't. It's lame. I hate it, and it looks terrible.
Oh,
I'll take it.
I'm a huge fan of the retractable roof.
Yeah, I don't care about you. Yeah, you'll have a couple double headers every once in a while. You might have some rain. You might have some games start late. Don't care. Would you rather watch a game at Busch Stadium or American Insurance, whatever field it is in Milwaukee?
American Family.
Every top 10 stadium, any list, all of them are open air stadiums. Baseball is meant to be played outside. Don't care.
Well, they played outside. They just opened the roof.
And you didn't like it when it was outside because the shadow.
Right, but even when they open the roof, it's like kind of outside. It's like it's kind of outside. There's some retractable roofs that look like that really open it up, like T-Mobile Park in Seattle. When they open that up, it really feels like you're outside. Some of them don't. Marlins Park, another example.
So your beef is with the engineer.
My beef is with retractable roofs. I think they look ugly.
No.
Didn't we do worst stadiums in a recent program that we did?
Yeah, and they're all inside. They're all domes. Now, dome is different than retractable.
Tropicana seems to always be right there.
Yeah.
And you get Sacramento, doesn't really count.
Yeah.
Sacramento trying to put a bid in to be part of the expansion efforts in Major League Baseball. That's just in Sacramento Group launches bid for Major League Baseball expansions efforts. It's from Evan Drelich in the Athletic.
Yeah.
I can't think that they would be near the top of the list.
Yep.
Nashville, knocking on the door.
Yeah.
The mayor and some local business owners are creating kind of a group.
There's actually a website for the Nashville baseball group, and for a year it was like Tony La Russa and Dave Stewart were in charge of it. I'm like, is he managing the White Sox? he was like on the board for the Nashville expansion. I guess they don't have a team. It's not exactly a conflict.
And where would the other team go? Assuming you take two, Nashville.
I think Salt Lake has emerged.
I would say that would be
Portland, which used to be the one they'd throw around.
Right. You'd be, I guess, with your AFC.
They used to always say Charlotte, Portland. I feel like that's died down. Now Nashville's kind of taking the Charlotte spot. But
I bet Austin could support one.
Yeah.
As fast as that's growing.
Yeah. I would say Salt Lake and Nashville would probably be your two. Although I would love to see it go back to Montreal. I would love to see baseball back, another team in Canada.
Guys, the worst football stadium of all time is right here in St. Louis, boys.
It's true.
Quite possibly so.
That's a place that would benefit from a retractable roof. I'm retractable roof over dome. I want that to be clear. Retractable roof over dome.
If you had to pick, retractable roof over dome.
All day. Retractable roof is way better than a dome. Domes are terrible.
But it's awfully nice to go into a dome stadium when it's 10 degrees outside and snowing and the wind's howling, to know you're going to sit there in comfort.
Yeah, I mean,
nice.
maybe I'm just built different, you know? Maybe I just cut from a different cloth.
You're a rugged outdoorsman type.
Yeah, yeah.
And some of it is, if we're talking about watching and viewing Bears games, Packers games, I want the snow, I want the sleet, I want the ice. If I lived there and went every weekend, I might have a different vibe on that.
Yeah, if I worked there, it would be different too.
Right.
Yeah, I get that. But that's also part of the game, you know?
So you're made different? Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah,
New shirt
cut
for
from a different
papers.
cloth.
You're rough hewn.
That's right, yeah. Got that dog in me.
Guys, all of baseball sucks since the Astrodome. From the stay-at-home trailer park dad. I guess saying that launched the idea. The dome idea.
The Cardinals have the 9th youngest stadium in all of Major League Baseball. Think about that. And they're probably due for a new stadium here coming up.
And it's the 9th youngest.
9th newest stadium.
Newest. Think about it.
Yeah, the Cardinals are kind of in an awkward spot, I think, where they've already built up Ballpark Village, which is a huge hit, while everything else around it in the city is crumbling. At some point, they're going to need a new stadium. I don't think they are even considering that now. But they're going to have a very difficult decision to make, where to put that next one.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they're building more around BPV, are they not? Like another kind of apartment thing?
I think that's in the plan.
Right.
But is there going to be anything else left of the city by the time they get around to doing that? See, the Bank of America building now is going up for auction. That's the latest one.
We could open up Cuckold's Bar and Grill. Mm-hmm. See if that takes
Cox Place.
City by Cox Place.
Guys, Orlando's surging for a bit. I think that's been talked about as well. Orlando? But I don't think Tampa can survive if Orlando. I think you take the Tampa team and put them in
Both
Orlando.
Florida baseball teams don't draw a ton of fans.
Right, that's sort of been proven. How about Montreal? Bring back the
All day.
Expos.
Love
from
that.
3 and 4.
That would be sweet.
Well, they didn't draw fans there either. That's why they left.
Yeah, but I think
they always blame the stadium there.
Yeah, I think there's more to that than that. I like the idea of Montreal. I think Nashville obviously would be your leader in the clubhouse.
Steve Kline came from Montreal. His wife was Martinique, I think was her name, and I was talking to her once about Montreal and baseball. She goes, baseball's stupid. And I said, well, pays the bills.
Yeah. We have some Steve Kline audio we can play on the other end of the break.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, we're speeding to a break.
Well, no, we're not.
Light speed.
We're moonwalking.
We're moonwalking to the break. It's TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We had an idea to redo the kids' bathroom. It needed it desperately. Things were falling apart. They hated it. Their friends hated it. We said, all right, let's meet with the folks from Michael's Baths. And they said, here's a design. It's a reasonable price. What do you think about this? You can add that. My wife said, what about over there? And over? They sit down, map it out. Next thing you know, 2 weeks later, that's the whole process took for them to come in, tear it out, and redo it. And it looks fantastic. Jackson was showing me before and after pictures of his hair. I'm going to show you some before and after pictures, buddy. Well, I'll share my bathroom pics with you. How about that? What a special moment on the show. Michael's Baths, owned by, guess who? Michael. His daughter answers the phone, so it's a family operated business, 30 years of experience. They're all 5-star reviews, A+ rating with the BBB. The sales folks that walk you through the process, they're all former installers, so they know exactly what they're talking about. Get an appointment. If you're in the listening area here of 101, they will come to you. 636-775-0800. 636-775-0800. Go online as well, michaelsbaths.com. It's real simple, whether you're just converting a tub to a shower or doing a full conversion, a full remodel there. It's a real simple process, and it'll make your entire home, it just feels fresh and new. When you get that new bathroom, that's all they do is bathrooms. Their specialty, michaelsbaths.com, 636-775-0800. A great crew, professional, all employed by Michaels, not subcontracted out. There is a big difference there. Find out for yourself at Michaels Baths.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update that's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals off today, back in action tomorrow evening as the Cubs come to town. 6:15 p.m. first pitch with Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Rolled into the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA minus Tim after the morning after, coming your way at 11 o'clock on HD2. Martin, Jackson, and Doug, Chairman Kurt here with you till 11. Bob Costas on the show on Friday. A lot of baseball talk. Brad Thompson with us. And then I was going to say hockey talk because Strick was here. Just sort of a smorgasbord of topics. But mentioned before the break, Steve Kline on that Cardinals territory with the cat, Jim Hayes, and a past surprise guest, I believe, on this show, Steve Kline. And again, reliving the famous moment. Papers, you would have been pretty young at the time. You probably don't remember this. Summer of 2004, Old Busch Stadium. Kliner's in the bullpen. Skipper doesn't go to him, and he just decides, it's a good time to give the manager the middle finger.
You mentioned the time you were in the bullpen, Tony got you up, sat you down, you didn't like it, and you let him know what you were feeling by giving him the middle finger from the bullpen, which the camera picked up so everyone knew about it. And Tony didn't even know about it until after the game when the media told him, and he said, "Excuse me for a minute," and he went to talk to you right away. What did he say in that moment? I never asked you that before. What did he say to you in that moment?
I was in the shower and I was butt naked with Renteria and Fernando. I think Vina was next to me. he launched into me pretty good. He told me, that whatever, he goes, "I love your fire, but what you did is not right." And, and I didn't even know I did it. I didn't know I got caught. I mean, I know I gave him the finger or whatever, but I didn't think, how you're just pissed, PO'd at something and you just kind of do the old, salute or whatever I did. And then I didn't think anybody caught it. You don't know. I didn't know the cameras caught me either until after the game, and then Tony was like, and then he goes, "You go out and you tell the media that I beat the living crap out of you." And he wanted a piece of me pretty good. He wasn't, that's the first time I ever seen Tony kind of hot, really mad, but I didn't blame him. I mean, I knew I made a mistake there, but it was like, but he got me back, when I gave up my first run after, I think I went scoreless for so many appearances. And then I gave up a run, I think it was the Diamondbacks or something. And I look in the dugout and he's giving me a middle finger from the bench. And so it was kind of good. So, I mean, it was called for him to give it back to me, and I accepted it. And that's where we kind of squashed it. I love him though. I would play for that guy any day of the week, and that's, he knows that. And he knows I'm kind of fiery, but I just lost my edge, and I needed to grow up a little bit. Even though I was probably 30-some years old, I just needed to grow up a little bit more.
Good explanation.
Yeah.
And it was Joel Goldberg in the postgame, and Tony just huddling with reporters, and he said, and I think Joel wasn't trying to be Mrs. Crabtree, is what Soup always called it, if you were like a tattletale. I think it was on television, you saw it on the broadcast. So Joel said, "Oh, obviously, Kleiner, they're giving in." What? He did what? And literally just walks out. Besides, that's the time to go into the shower.
I'm going to go stomp on his chest.
Runs in there, he's naked. Kleiner seems to have mellowed a little bit. And that would have been his fourth year pitching here. So it's not as if he was new or they didn't have an established relationship or rapport. Unless I'm getting it mixed up, that would have been in 2004. So that means anyway. But I love that story.
He was such a character. You forget that he was a really good relief pitcher, too. He was very effective when he was here.
And had to wear it 2 years in a row, right? Walk-off hits to end the season. Or no, not the walk. Well, the walk-off hit in 2001, but then 2002 would have been the Giants. Yeah, both times. It was Kline on the mound in that moment. He's still coaching. He's at IU. What's the one that Signetti came from? IUPU?
IUPUI?
Indiana, yeah.
I thought that shut down.
The school?
IUPUI, yeah.
Is that right?
Maybe I'm wrong.
He was wearing his top yesterday.
Yeah.
IUP.
Indiana University, Purdue University.
Or no, it's
Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Close.
What did you say? What I say?
Indianapolis?
He's at IUP.
IUP.
Indiana University, Pennsylvania.
Got it. That's
Now,
confusing.
what a horrible name for a college. What an absolute horrible name for a college.
Am I wrong about that? It's IUP. Isn't it Indiana? Am I getting this wrong?
I don't know what you're asking.
University of Missouri, Idaho. What?
I mean, Washington University in St. Louis might have.
That confuses some people.
Yeah.
You know.
Steve Kline.
Indiana University of Pennsylvania. And their
Horrible.
baseball coach is Steve Kline. It's IUP, not IUPI. That's different.
Right.
The Purdue thing.
IUPUI is, yeah. Okay.
It is.
Indiana University
And
of
that where
Pennsylvania.
Signetti was there before actually Indiana? Or no,
I think he was at James Madison, wasn't he?
I thought before that. Anyway, doesn't matter.
It does matter.
The Indiana.
It matters. It matters. Yes, he was at Indiana University of Pennsylvania.
But the town is Indiana, Pennsylvania. And therefore, the university is Indiana University. I'm just passing. I'm not making this up. It's not my fault.
He went from Indiana University of Pennsylvania to Elon, then to James Madison, now at
So he's covered all the Indiana universities.
Basically.
Signetti.
Yeah. Well, James Madison's in
It's
Virginia.
still a terrible name.
Before that.
It's a horrible name, and there's no
What in the
accounting
hell?
for that. But there is accounting for your taxes.
Ooh, Mark
And
Milton.
that's where Mark Milton comes in. Maybe you didn't pay your taxes for a while. Maybe you thought, I'm not going to pay quarterly. Who's going to know? Maybe you thought, I don't file at all, and you haven't heard anything for 2-3 years. A lot of people do just that. But sooner or later, the godforsaken tax man will find out, and you will be in some big trouble. You'll have major legal issues. That's where Mark Milton can step in and help you out. He's not going to pay your taxes for you, but he can help you out through it. If you've got unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, that type of thing, maybe you're even facing IRS criminal investigation, you're going to need a real pro to step in and help you through that, and that's what Mark Milton is. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This is one of the best guys in the country at what he does, and he now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So you have any kind of IRS problem at all, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
And papers, you are correct. IUPUI, Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis, the joint campus of Indiana University and Purdue, no longer.
Got it. Okay.
But it lives on. They've now made it two separate schools.
The name probably killed it.
Yeah.
IUPUI.
I think George Hill went there of Indiana Pacers.
Okay.
Just, a little fact.
Fun fact.
I'm not even positive on that, actually.
Also in the grab bag, from the desk of Jack B., the athletic director at Arkansas. But this just got universally crushed, right? As soon as he put it out there, is it Hunter Warchek?
Hunter Yurachek.
Yurachek. Complaining, Doug, they got to play a Saturday night game. And then the next Saturday morning, Friday morning, whatever. It's a 6-day turnaround. He's complaining. He openly penned a letter.
What sport are we talking about? Football? Footbat.
Do you have it in front of you, papers?
Okay.
Here it is. Hunter Yurachek, athletic director, the University of Arkansas. ESPN has set our game at Utah for 9:15 Central Time on September 12th. We anticipate, well, I like logistics, maybe not necessary for the AD. We anticipate returning to campus at approximately 6 a.m. on Sunday, September 13th, followed by an 11 a.m. home kickoff against Georgia 6 days later.
Oh, geez.
September 19th. This assigned schedule will cost our student athletes nearly a full day of rest and recovery, what otherwise have been available to them. This is not simply a competitive disadvantage. It's a genuine welfare issue for these young men who represent our program and contribute greatly to the bottom line of our television partners. This type of scheduling is unacceptable and demonstrates clear neglect for the well-being of college athletes. I am confident that there are not many other programs in the SEC that would be placed in a similar position. I will not quietly accept it for our
We will
program.
not go quietly into the night.
I have formally requested that the SEC office and ESPN aggressively pursue an alternate solution for one or both kickoff times during these consecutive weeks. The focus must be on the well-being of the game's participants, not the bottom line of our media partner. And he has his signature right on there. I just don't think a Saturday the week before to the Saturday the next. You're not playing Tuesday and they're telling you to come back Friday night and play a game.
And these same players will be out drinking till 3 in the morning the next night.
It's chartered flights. It's not, I wouldn't say that they're roughing it, and yes, you're losing out on a day, but I don't think this is as uncommon as Hunter Yurachek is making it out to be. I think a lot of teams play on short rest. The NFL, it happens all the time.
And that's not really short rest either.
No, it's not. It's 6 days.
Andy Reid will pen a letter today to the NFL.
Yeah, right.
The boys are playing Thursday night football at Arrowhead.
Right.
Just 4 days later after we played the Eagles.
Yeah, it happens
Doesn't it just immediately somebody say, but nobody's going to tell the AD, don't send that.
Well, and he was also at the CFP committee spokesperson for last season, if I'm not mistaken, last season or season prior. So he's been in the news a lot recently, not necessarily all great. So tough. I think he also is the one that was like, we're not giving Sam Pittman much to work with down there.
And he doesn't want to work with the media partners, and yet he's very happy to accept the millions of dollars coming in from their media partners.
Yeah. I get, he might have been in a spot where he has to say something because, some people voiced a complaint. He wants to appease them.
Do you think the players care about that schedule? Largely, no.
The letter, it was in a fancy letterhead with images and the signature at the bottom. He was really...
Well, it has the stadium silhouette at the bottom.
He's really releasing a powerful statement when he's just complaining that they have to play a Saturday night game and then later next week.
And I do agree that the less established SEC programs, the Mizzous of the world, this has happened where we've bitched about schedules before.
Sure. Kickoff times.
Kickoff time. Well, their second game that he's referring to, the Georgia game, and Georgia is on the road, and it's an 11 a.m. start. That's Tim's theory, is that
for sure
the top programs...
It's not a welfare issue. It's not a player
he
wellness.
made it. He clearly was... He should have just said, this is a bunch of crap. You're trying to give Georgia a preferred time. We're sick of these, preferential treatment to other schools. That would have had more juice.
Right.
Would have been more interesting.
Yeah, the idea of putting this out there to get the public behind you was
You're costing our student athletes nearly a full day of rest and recovery.
Baloney.
They're 19 and 20 in the best shape of their lives.
Should I write a letter to Hubbard today saying working tomorrow is costing me a full day of recovery? It's nonsense.
Having to host and play drops. I'm exhausted, both physically and mentally.
Speaking of which, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the other side of the break. We do have to take a break.
How about that? Design.
On the other side of the break.
Do we need to hear about Design Air from me or no?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, I thought that's what you were saying. Tim.
Seamless.
I thought you were going to Tim, then you looked at me.
Tim
we're
already
going to
did
break.
his
Okay, all right. Design Air does bring you the email of the day. Design Air Heating and Cooling has been around for more than a century, which means since day one, their whole goal was comfort inside your home, and they have been experts at that, even as the technology, the industry, it's changed for sure over the years, but their commitment to you inside your home, being comfortable, that continues to be. Number one, they got a great team. All the employees, you can tell there's a difference when you've got folks in your home and they enjoy their job. Design Air's just got that whole team atmosphere mindset. They've got it down. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation, family-owned business here in St. Louis. Longest running sponsor on TMA, and we love hearing the stories from you when you deal with Design Air, and there really is a difference. So make sure you get signed up at designairservice.com, whether it's an appointment or sign up for a maintenance plan. That way, it's worry-free. They'll be out checking things, so there's no surprises. That's the beauty of the maintenance plan you get. Signed up at designairservice.com. Again, longest running sponsor. They will bring us the email of the day on the other side of the break.
Hey, Battlehawks fans! Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken wants you to be a part of this Battlehawks playoff run. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges, plus a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. Again, 4 famous hand-breaded chicken strips, plus an order of potato wedges, and you get a code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets. With this deal, you can get game day ready with the Battlehawks box for just $9.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken location. You can get that Battlehawks box in-store or by ordering online on Lee's new mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. I'm telling you, when you're getting those potato wedges, I like to dip them in a little barbecue sauce or maybe that Chipotle ranch. Plus, you get those 4 delicious hand-bread chicken strips and an offer code valid for buy one, get one free Battlehawks tickets, all for just $9.99. That's the Battlehawks partnering up with our friends over at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We're live here from the Stiefel Studios, Doug. And coming up right now on the Polos Plus dossier, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We're in the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour as we closed out the Mark Hanna 9 o'clock hour, where we had Brad Thompson. You can always go back and podcast the Schaefer Door Company podcast. But first, Doug, we got to do the Design that we get to do.
Oh, okay.
The Design Air
Sure, let's do that.
Heating and Cooling email today.
All right.
Pulling up the filter file. All right. Morning, gentlemen. Just like Icarus, these young birds flew too close to the sun and melted their wings. We are once again having to revert to drying our eyes and drowning our sorrows at the local tavern. NIL has state senators calling into regional sports talk shows to hopefully spur the growth of the Tim McKernan Honor NIL Fund for Greek athletes and junior high bench warmers. Every day, this show is like stepping into a pit at the Caesar's Palace. Nothing sure what game is going to be played. It's a high and a rush I can only equate to possibly climbing Mount Everest. Cheers and God bless America. That's from Mongo.
Mongo. Who is Icarus now?
Icarus flew too close to the sun. Greek mythology.
Okay.
I think it's Greek mythology. Who cares? Dear Dossier, Table 6, older guy, 3 coffees deep, decided I was the perfect audience for both my romantic future and his agricultural manifesto. Somewhere between sweetie and explaining how people used to meet the normal way. He asked if I'm on Farmer's Only dating app. Nothing draws out my romantic vulnerability like smelling bacon grease and refilling your mug for a 3rd time. His whole look was a commitment to the past, a quarter zip stretched to its emotional limits. And the haircut? Equal parts, I trust one barber since 1983, and we just stop when the clippers fee, right? Then he pivots, like he's unveiling a TED Talk, bring up how he's going to buy land and, quote, just farm because it's simple, right? You wake up whenever, stroll outside, sit on the porch with a lemonade, and the crops and animals take care of themselves. No risk, no labor, no weather trying to kill you, and your crops, just a peaceful, quiet picnic with dirt. I hope he follows through on this plan. I'd give it 5 minutes before he's explaining to the soil how things worked better back in his day. That's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
Well done, fellas. The Day in the Life of Ken show yesterday had its intended effect. I was angry about it for the remainder of the day. I love the part where Iggy claimed that he never needs to gawk at anyone because his charm wins over Instacart delivery gals, while simultaneously dedicating 15-plus hours every day to his real job, finding nudity on streaming services so he can gawk. A close second was his random misinformed attack on the Beer Cats for attending a dad's weekend at his daughter's sorority and somehow suggesting it was creepy, while Iggy spent nearly a full segment on September 7th, 2023, how he should be a sorority house mom. I haven't been this mad since Shake and Bake quit supplying bags. That comes from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of that bird finding itself in a legal battle with Iggy as a squatter.
Shooter McGavin.
I was sitting in the park enjoying the day, leash in hand, when a man wearing a 50/28 pant, 50 by 28 pant, rolled up on me. Nice pet. What kind of breed is he? He says. Thanks. He's my emotional support pervert. The center I got him from called him an Iggy. Puzzled, the man asked, what does he do? Oh, not a whole lot. He's just a retired pervert. He likes to catch birds and then forget about them while they fly throughout his house, growl at father and son bedroom duo that calls into HD2, and I've only ever seen him wag his tail at that Instacart girl that delivers every 2 weeks. The man looks puzzled. Then why do you keep him around, he asks. Well, I'm helping him as part of a Make-A-Wish program for radio. Trying to do some good in this world. That makes no sense, but I'll take it, and you. We spent a few hours in the trunk of his 2002 Pontiac Firebird, pure bliss. That's from Dirk 3K.
Dirk 3K.
Today feels like summer without ice cream, Christmas without presents, Destin without the beach blanketed and the obese Missourians. Without Tim, TMA just feels hollow. Sincerely, the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
And finally, Doug, Cotton Candy Randy here. Didn't get too much sleep last night. I found out my Instacart delivery drivers have apparently been leaving me low customer ratings. Because I'm rational and reasonable, I handled it the healthiest way possible by dedicating a dozen or so hours per day of my retirement across 3 podcasts, my Facebook, and my OnlyTans Patreon to reading their anonymous usernames and comments out loud to anyone who will listen. You guys ever heard of Mayo Lover 82? This schmuck said I made prolonged eye contact while accepting my lean cuisines shirtless, and then claimed I asked if they'd come out on my fictional podcast to discuss their first orgasm. Lies, complete lies. And frankly, if I was upset, would I have tracked down every grocery forum from the internet just to defend myself against people named Rotisserie Dad 69? Of course not. That would suggest emotional investment. I'm retired. I only have to do 3 podcasts, my Patreon, a sobriety podcast, a hyper-localized podcast where lawyers eat sandwiches, and fight with beer cats via Tim's text inbox. Which is why I've now started a private investigation into who gave me 4 stars instead of 5 on delivery last evening, involving 2 Diet Cream Sodas, a bottle of Nair, and a scented candle shaped like Guy Fieri. How can you people think I'm bothered by this? That's from Cotton Candy Randy, Doug.
Cotton Candy Randy. He's new.
That's what we got for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
The majority of the emails involve the Strode program.
Yeah, I've noticed that that's kind of been a trend. Okay. I'm not against it.
There's people trying to get this off their chest. Sure. They hear something on the Strode program and they don't know where to complain, so they bring it here.
A lot of people have complaints about their garage doors, and I can understand that. It's a tough place to be, but that's why we have Schaefer Door Company, and we have Tim right here to tell us about it.
Okay. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast on The Morning After. SCH AEFER door.com, SchaeferDoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. That's the number they set up specifically for TMA listeners, and it's going to get you the quickest response time. Any garage door issues you have at your home or your business, go to SchaeferDoor.com. So they service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster's garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. They have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend. So if your garage door breaks over the weekend, just go to SchaeferDoor.com. They will be out there quick, fast, and in a hurry on Monday mornings. They service commercial doors as well, so if you're on a business or warehouse with big doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's SchaeferDoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608 or go online at SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
All right, we'll have more of the morning after coming up on the other side of the commercial break. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour, and I think we got a Big Al who will join us on the other side of the commercial break. You are listening to the morning after, presented by Brian Crouppen, live from the Stiefel Studios as we are in our Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour.
TMA is proud to be sponsored by Stiefel, who also sponsored the Cardinals, the Blues, the St. Louis Charity Golf Classic, the Stiefel Theater, the U.S. National Ski Team. Fabulous corporate partner right here in St. Louis. It's true, good things do come to those who wait. At Stiefel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stiefel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stiefel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stiefel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stiefel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stiefel, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After, presented by Brown Crouppen. We're live here from the Stiefel Studios. Doug broadcasting left and right. Tim off today. He'll be back Monday.
Is that what we're doing? We're broadcasting left and right?
Yeah, it was just something to say.
Okay, I kind of like it.
And I got a guy on the Callier and Thompson phone lines who's also got something to say. What up, Big Al?
I'm left and right. What are you guys doing?
Well, hello, Al. It's good to hear your voice.
It's good to hear my voice, too. It's my birthday, boys. I'm 64 and so much more.
Oh, well, happy birthday, Big Al. What are you going to do? What's planned?
I'm going right now, pulling into Denny's to get my free meal, and then I'm going back to my beautiful Lake St. Louis with my beautiful girlfriend, Cynthia, and we're going to go swimming and play a little pocket pool under the water, and hopefully nobody will catch us. And that's about it. How you doing, Jackson?
I'm doing well, Big Al. Great to hear from you.
You get free food at Denny's on your birthday?
Yes, sir, you do, Doug. Free food.
Whatever you want?
Slam.
Hello? Do you get whatever you want?
I get the Grand Slam.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
So
a nice
just wanted
I didn't know that.
Tell everybody hi and enjoy your weekend. And I'm not going anywhere, so you fan pin guys, you're not going to count me out yet.
Oh. Had some
Talk
of
to
them.
you boys later. I love you guys.
Oh, that's it. Huh?
Just a little
Okay.
drive-by, Doug.
All right.
All right, there he goes.
All right, we'll see you. I didn't know that you got a free meal at Denny's on your birthday. Did you guys know that?
No.
Are you buying that? Do you think that that's accurate?
I believe
don't know.
him. Yeah.
Maybe.
I know Starbucks will give you a free coffee on your birthday. They probably have a similar thing over at Denny's.
Probably do. Huh. All these years, I didn't know that. Well, I do now.
I'm glad you do.
It's a good thing he's calling in just right and left.
You had a birthday not long ago. What's Doug Vaughn's birthday meal?
Nothing fancy. I don't like birthdays anymore.
Boiled chicken and water?
Something plain.
Yeah.
Maybe a saltine with the salt knocked off of it. Nothing too fancy.
Deep Voice Dude in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat says 64 is the average age of an MLB fan in 2026. I don't believe that to be true.
No, I don't believe that at all.
I don't think that's accurate.
Just because the guy wrote it on a YouTube chat, we're supposed to believe that.
But it's Deep Voice Dude. That's our guy.
That's the average age?
No, I can't imagine.
No,
I go to the games and I see a good amount of younger folks go in the game. You say it's because there's nothing to do in St. Louis. I say it because they're getting behind these Redbirds.
Yeah, a little of both now.
Per MLB.com.
Ooh, you have actual information on this?
And industry data from Nielsen Scarborough places the median age of MLB's TV and media audience at 54.04 years.
Okay. So 10 years younger than what Deep Voice
That's
Dude
still
said.
very old.
I wonder what it looks
For
like. I'm
median age.
asking, I'm crowdsourcing. I may be asking you to do too much on the fly here, Chairman, but what the other three major American sports would look like in that context.
It doesn't give me the numbers, but it says it puts it closely in line with NFL, NCAA football, and the NBA.
Okay. All right.
That seems old to me.
Yeah, I think, was that viewership, like TV on television, was those numbers coming from? You said it was from Nielsen.
TV and media audience, yeah.
So I think that could be a case of like older people still have cable. More likely some younger people are streaming it. I don't know if streaming numbers get involved in that or if they're just like kind of interested in the team but not necessarily watching on a day-to-day basis.
It also says that live game attendees and active digital consumers skew younger. The median age for MLB ticket buyers has dropped from 51 to 45.
Okay. Encouraging, I would say.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
If you were to take the median age of a Cardinal game, weekday, weekend, doesn't matter. I feel like 45 would be the right answer. Median age, not average, but median. I think that 45 would be about right.
Active users in MLB's databases representing those actively buying tickets, merchandise, or streaming games have an average age of roughly 41.6 years.
Yeah, okay. I could see that. What do you think it would be if the Navy Caps were instituted on the road?
I don't know about age, but I think you'd see a big uptick in female viewership.
I don't know.
I tend to agree with the chairman on that one.
It was so disheartening to just get it for one game over the weekend.
Such a tease.
And I understood the blue throwback things and the red cap. I can give them that. But then to get rained out on the next game, it hurt.
It really did.
I'm glad I didn't make the trip to Cincinnati. I was pondering.
That would have been a real kick in the pants.
think if you're going to wear the blue throwback, wear that at home. for the fans that actually remember it. Doesn't mean anything to people in Cincinnati that the Cardinals are wearing blue throwbacks.
Have you heard the name of the song?
Navy Caps on the Road.
Yeah, not at home.
Yeah. He's talking about wearing the powder blues.
Yeah, the powder blues. I'm saying wear those at home.
Oh, wear those at
on
home.
the road.
But didn't they used to wear them on the road in the 80s? That's kind of what they're doing with those?
Well, even if they did, it's a Cardinal fan thing. It's not a Cincinnati Red fan thing. What do the Reds care if they're wearing their powder blue?
Sure. This kind of gets back to you think that the road team should wear the color jerseys in the NHL.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
But I kind of like the Saturday cream uniforms that the Cardinals wear.
Yeah, those are okay.
And then, so I don't want to lose out on those. And you can't wear those on the road.
No, but they don't wear these powder blues very often. It's kind of a random
every weekend
thing,
on the road.
They do every weekend.
Every
on the road,
Saturday road game. They wear the powder blues.
Realize
Here, I'll give you the breakdown of the schedule for the uniforms real quick.
Okay,
Sorry, just give me a moment.
I haven't been writing them down. So
Doug, this is Uniform Jack.
Yeah,
okay.
Uniform Jack. Weekdays at home, always in the classic Cardinal white pants, white jersey, red hat.
Okay,
across the board. Maybe a couple throwback games a year. Fridays at home.
Fridays at home.
City Connect, red top, red hat, white pants. Saturdays at home, cream-colored uniforms. The Saturday cream-colored uniforms that say St. Louis across. Sundays at home, traditional Cardinal uniform, Sunday cap, red and blue Sunday cap. On the road, weekdays, gray road uniforms with red cap, unless they're playing a team that already wears a red cap at home, then they'll wear the Navy caps. Then on Saturdays on the road, they will wear the powder blue throwbacks. That is the Cardinal uniform schedule.
How about Sunday on the road?
Sunday on the road is the traditional Cardinal gray top, gray pants, red hat for most teams, unless the team already wears red at home.
You
There
mentioned
you go.
it was mentioned the other day, but I am so grateful that the City Connect uniforms don't have colorful pants.
Oh, yeah.
That was a terrible look on Cincinnati.
With the Reds, it's so bad. And they're likely due for a new City Connect in the next year or two. So we'll see what that looks like. Some teams have gotten really away from it, I think, but I don't know. Some of the City Connects are beautiful, though. The Angels, you ever seen the Angels City Connects? They're outstanding. Beautiful uniform. Some of them are really bad.
Yeah.
See, Philadelphia, terrible.
And the Reds was
terrible.
horrible.
Pittsburgh's terrible. That's the yellow top, black pants.
Yeah.
They look ridiculous. With like a yellow hat, and it looks bad.
I always think the dark colored pants resemble like a softball team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. It's softball or like semi-pro baseball or youth baseball. It's no good. You know what is good, though?
What?
James Carlton. He's my insurance agent, Doug. And he can become your insurance agent as well. Here's Tim talking about James Carlton right here, right now.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net. Jackson Burkett and I are clients now of James Carlton. Jackson just made the switch. I have been working with him now going back to 2019. You're going to get great customer service, and on top of it, there is a really good chance he is going to be able to save you money on your automotive insurance. Call 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Has your insurance gone up in the last year? Give James a chance to save you money. And if you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy, this is where James has saved people a lot of money in the TMA audience. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
All right, we are going to have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the other side of the commercial break, and then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour while we go down the hallway to do After the Morning After. You are listening to TMA, broadcasting live from the Stifel Studios here on 101 ESPN.
This show is brought to you in part by FanDuel. And this is your reminder to check in daily, because every day during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel is serving up a happy hour. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. Check for a new reward every single day of the NBA playoffs, and don't miss your shot to get a little extra out of the action. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. Must be 21 and older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Cubs, tomorrow evening, 6:15 p.m. first pitch. Kyle Leahy towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Oh, thank you so much for this.
I figured you'd like this.
You do like this, don't you?
I do.
You don't just humor me.
No.
This was a great tune.
I like the song.
Okay. You don't like it, Kurt? Why?
The same. I mean, some people like some things, and I don't like this thing.
Okay.
Once this liquor stick comes in.
Yeah, it's hard not to like it. Some people's tastes are in their patoot.
You're listening to The Morning After. 101 ESPN. We're broadcasting live from the Stiefel studios. If you missed any of today's program, a lot of good stuff on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. We had U.S. Senator Eric Schmitt talking about college football and some of the legislation that could help control some of the chaos across the landscape. We also had Andy Strickland. You call him Strick Nasty, Doug. He was in studio for the entirety of the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And then we had Brad Thompson talking all thing Cardinals in the Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. All of that is available to podcast on the Schaefer Door Company podcast. B-Cam Ferrari will take over for us at the top of the hour. We walk down the hallway to do after the morning after. Before that, we got to find out who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, your winner is...
Who?
The TMA Troubadour.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
TMA Troubadour.
Nice win for him.
Takes home the win. Tim off today. He's going to be off tomorrow. We'll be back with more of TMA tomorrow with me, Martin, Doug, and the chairman. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, live from the Stiefel studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube chat.